Good evening. Welcome to the Board of Education for Oakland Unified School District's regular meeting for Wednesday, May 22nd, 2019. Mr. Seichow, could we have a roll call, please?
On the roll call to establish quorum, Student Director Chavez, Student Director Mosoho, Director Hen Hodge,
Present.
Director Harris, Director Yee, Director Gonzalez, Director Torres,
Present.
Vice President London,
Here.
President Ng.
Here.
Quorum present.
Thank you. The board will now recess into closed session. We're going to be discussing the items listed in the agenda. We will reconvene for public session at 5:30. Thank you. The board is now in recess. Convene to public session from closed session. Mr. Seichow, can we have a second roll call, please?
On the second roll call, Student Director Chavez, Student Director Omosoho,
Here.
Director Hayden Hodge,
Present.
Director Harris, Director Yee, Director Gonzalez, Director Torres,
Present.
Vice President London, President Ng.
Here.
Quorum present.
Thank you. Before we begin the meeting, we will review our oath of office and meeting norms for the Board of Education. They're found on page 7 of the agenda. The oath of office is written there. I don't need to read it for you. I will go over our meeting norms. Oh, thank you. And before I do review the meeting norms, I did want to say that there was no reportable action taken in closed session today. The meeting norms for the Board of Education are to honor the time, no sidebars, technology aligned to the meeting purpose, starting and ending on time, acting as a collective body, checking for understanding and surfacing assumptions, sharing divergent views and valuing our different perspectives of learning opportunities, celebrating successes and each other's contributions, and presuming positive intent and not attacking one another personally. So we have two special orders of the day today. I know our superintendent is wanting to join for this portion. I think she's on her way, making her way down. But I will kick it off. Oh, she's actually coming up right now. The first is a tribute to one of our student board directors, Ms. Yota Omosoho. Is there a motion to adopt item I-1, which is our tribute to our student board director?
So moved.
It's been moved and seconded. This is an opportunity for us to congratulate Student Director Omosoho for her contributions to the board this year. I just can hardly believe that it's the end of the school year already. We do have official resolution for you today, and I'm sorry that unfortunately Director Yee and Gonzalez and Vice President London I'm unable to be here today, but I know that they also send their congratulations to you. Just really want to just honor your leadership this year, particularly the last, since the beginning of this year, just really showing not only your commitment to restorative practice and student voice, but also your own character and leadership abilities. I love your poise and your confidence as a leader and the way that you show up and represent, and really always have a sense of calm amidst even some very chaotic and challenging experiences. We've had some rough meetings and some challenging meetings this year, and I just really want to honor and respect and lift up your ability to always show integrity and always wanting to represent the student voice effectively. And so I know that other board directors also have something to share, but let me just go ahead first and read the resolution. So do the formal stuff, and then we'll let other board members chime in also with their congratulations. So this is resolution number 1819-0214, tribute to Yota Omosoho, student board member, July 1, 2018 to June 30th, 2019. Whereas student director Yota Omosoho immigrated to Oakland from Nigeria at the start of her freshman year of high school, English is her fourth language after her parents' native languages and her regional language. And whereas, as an immigrant in a large urban school, Oakland High School, Director Amasoho overcame the culture shock and transition pains and adapted quickly to a different academic environment to become an African American honor roll recipient for her high GPA. And whereas Director Amasoho has served on the All-City Council Student Union for the last 2 years as All-City Council Secretary in 2017-18, as All-City Council Student Director for the 2018-19 year, and whereas as a restorative justice student leader at Oakland High School, Director Amasoho, who is a practitioner, trainer, advocate, student advisor, she served on the Culture and Climate Committee, advocating for relationship-centered schools and student voice. And whereas Director Amasoho is an active member of the OUSD Sanctuary Task Force, president of the California for Justice chapter at Oakland High, served as a District 3 Youth Commissioner for the Oakland Youth Advisory Council, and whereas Director Amasoho will graduate from Oakland High School on Friday, May 31st, and in the fall will begin her post-secondary education as a member of the class of 2023 at the University of California at Berkeley. Go Bears. And whereas Director Amasoho will leave her position as a student director on the Board of Education on the Oakland Unified School District on June 30th, 2019. Therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Education of the Oakland Unified School District thanks Director Amasoho for her dedicated service to the students, staff, and families of Oakland, commends her for the passion and commitment with which she gave a powerful voice to the 36,000 students of the district, and wishes her well in all of her future endeavors. Given under our hand in the district seal this 22nd day of May 2019 in Oakland, California. Congratulations. Do you want to share? Director Harris.
Student Director, thank you for your service, and thank you for being up here. One particular thing in our relationship comes to mind. You may know what that is. And I just want to say on behalf of the Students for Restorative Justice, on behalf of the foster youth students, you may not agree in terms of how we arrived at a solution, but we did arrive at a solution. And I don't know that others would argue that you weren't the driving force behind the City Council funding those positions and the school board thinking super hard about different ways that we could find the money to do it. So you should really take pride in that. And just I'm so excited to see what you do and where you go at Berkeley. So just much appreciation to you, and just continue to work through difficult moments, which you seem to be very good at. So best of luck to you. Lots of success. I know it's coming. You'll be close, but make sure you do travel and you do, get outside of the Bay. And just really excited about what you're going to be and what you're going to become. So thank you for working with us this year.
Director Torres.
So I also want to thank you, and I think that as you see in the audience, folks who are here for a special recognition, they have certificates, they've worked really hard. You espouse what a lot of the folks tonight who are going to be recognized for their growth in their English skills and so on. You espouse what it means to be in Oakland Unified, because a good majority of our students are coming from another country, learning a new language, learning a new culture, and learning a very different way of life in a city like Oakland, an urban city with a lot of challenges and changes, rapid changes. I think seeing you present before Supervisor Wilma Chan when we were asking for the support during the budget cuts and the restorative justice, foster youth, and libraries, when you presented with the All-City Council youth that were also present, it was very obvious to me of the saying that I tell students often, which I didn't have the opportunity that you've had. When I was in high school, I had a very different path, unfortunately. I was a late bloomer, but if you can see it, you can be it. And so watching you present to Supervisor Chan, answering her questions, made me think that, okay, you've already been on the school board. Maybe you will be a county supervisor or beyond someday. So I'm going to be watching you, and if you call me and ask me for a check, I will write you a check when you're running. congrats on college and going probably to one of your dream schools. You probably have a lot of dream schools. But we're definitely here for you. You know how to get a hold of us. Take care.
Director Hinton Hodge.
May God bless you. May your ancestors continue to really guide you, and God bless your grandmother. Good luck with your life.
Superintendent Johnson Schmel.
Congratulations. So proud of you. Similar to Hema, just being two women, because you guys will be women soon, of color, leaders, I just think is really powerful. And just to remind you of the example that you're setting and already the collective impact that you're having on kids within the system. And just all of the leadership opportunities that you're going to have at my alma mater as well, UC Berkeley. And just wanting to just see you continue to blossom into a powerful, strong Black woman. So we're very proud of you, and we can't wait to see what you're going to do next.
Did you want to share any remarks to the board and public?
Okay.
No worries.
I just want to say thank you to the board and everyone who's like constantly showing up to these meetings. I feel like this year has been the most challenging year of my life. Like, I learned about like things about myself that I didn't know, and I also learned how like my voice also like is part of a bigger picture and like influences like a whole system that we're trying to like dismantle. And it was just I just felt really blessed to be part of like the movement, and knowing that it's gonna continue, and knowing that like this is just the moment in it was just really powerful for me. And I always had the support of like students from all city council and like my adult allies. They were always there for me when I would like cry or like just be mad because I felt like I couldn't do anything. But I'm just grateful that I got through it, and I'm grateful that this board is hopeful that this board is continuing to make the right decisions for students, and just better education for Oakland kids in general, because it is our duty as a community to fight for a just education for our kids and for our community and just for society in general, because we need each other and we are each other, like we are who our neighbors are. So I'm just hopeful for the next years. So thank you.
Thank you. So before we transition down for a photo, of course we want to do a photo op and present you with a card and gift, as well as our proclamation. We'll see if there's any, make sure there's no public speakers, and vote on the item, and then we'll take some photos.
Yes, we have one speaker, Hema Quetzal.
Great, thank you. Former student director, Quetzal.
Good afternoon, board, and good afternoon, student director Omosoho. I just want to say I met you in 2017 of August during the ACC retreat, and I remember that because when we first met, it wasn't in a situation where, yeah, we were building student power, but we were just becoming friends. And I really appreciate that, because it's about to be 2 years in August, and I'm just really thankful for this friendship and for your leadership and your service to our community. Like, I remember how much we text each other, how much we called each other, how much we like complained, got angry, sat together, and I really appreciate it. And it's just like the work you've done is something that I know you're gonna continue. You're not in this position for the clout, you're in this position because you care about the community. You represent something not many people can represent. And we appreciate you for that. And I'm excited to see you grow and become bigger and like shine. So I really appreciate you, Yota. You know, we're going to hang out, after, like we always do. But yeah, I just wanted to say that. Keep that on record. Thank you, Yota.
Thank you, Director Quetzal. So true. Such wise words from a student director to another. Let's take a roll call before we go down for photos.
On the motion to adopt 19-1071, Student Director Omosoho. Yes. Director Hayden Hodge.
Yes.
Director Harris. Yes. Director Torres.
Yes.
President Ng.
Yes.
Motion is adopted.
Thank you, and congratulations again.
My storage is full. Another round for Yoto Omosoho.
So we will be honoring our other student director, Director Chavez, at the next board meeting on June 5th. He is on a school field trip today. So we are moving on to I-2, which is a opportunity to recognize the 2018-19 seniors who have graduated and receiving a California State Seal of Biliteracy for attaining proficiency in English and a second language. Is there a motion to adopt item I-2? Moved by Director Torres and seconded by Director Harris. Oh, it's it's a recognition, which means that it does not require resolution. It's a presentation and acknowledgement of the wonderful accomplishments. So we don't need, thank you for the motion, we don't need one, but we are going to call up our Executive Director of English Language Learner and Multilingual Achievement, Ms. Nicole Knight, to present this great recognition.
So good evening, Director, Superintendent. Really thrilled to be here to once again honor our recipients of the Seal of Biliteracy. The Seal of Biliteracy is a prestigious recognition by the state of California for students who have attained proficiency in both English and another language, as stated. Recipients will have an actual seal, a golden seal, affixed to their diploma and have the accomplishment noted on their transcript. The Seal of Biliteracy encourages students to pursue biliteracy, honor the languages our students bring as assets, and as evidence of skills that will serve them well in career and community. So it is our goal to offer any interested family the opportunity to build on their home language and learn new languages in our district. We believe, and actually we know, that the path to biliteracy is an equity strategy. It is the strategy that best serves our English language learners and best leads to those long-term outcomes and provides an opportunity gap for students who speak English at home. So it's an equity strategy to close the achievement gap and to close the opportunity gap. The California State Department has recently released the Global California 2030 initiative, which sets ambitious goals for districts for biliteracy and multilingual education that has energized us and given us some courage to set our own ambitious goals. So this year we are thrilled to award 134 students, they're not all here with us today, but they're here in spirit, with the seal. This is up from 87 from last year, from 87 to 134. By 2021, we hope to reach 160. We know we can do it. And our goal, in line with the Global California 2030, is to increase this number to 450 by 2030, our own Oakland 2030. That would be 25% of our graduating class. We know we can do it. We've got to work towards it and continue to build those opportunities. So to earn the seal, what does it mean? Students must meet standard, which means demonstrate proficiency on the 11th grade SBAC in English Language Arts, maintain a 2.0 or higher in English Language Arts, and demonstrate mastery of another language on a recognized world language exam, such as the Advanced Placement or the SAT-2. So we are extremely proud of our students here tonight. I do want to shout out some schools that have just done tremendous work. So Coliseum College Prep Academy, do we have any CCPA students in the house? Yeah, give yourselves an applause. 29% of their graduating class are receiving the Seal of Biliteracy this year. Life Academy has the largest percentage, 35%. Life Academy in the house? 35% of their graduating class are receiving the seal of biliteracy. So when we have a 2030 goal that 25% can do it, we already know we can do it. We have schools that are doing it. And at Oakland Tech is where we have the largest number, 54 recipients. And we have students who received the seal in Spanish, in French, in Chinese, and in Japanese. So really thrilled. Before we have all of our students to come up, I did ask a couple of them to make a couple of remarks so you can hear from them what it means to them, to our students to receive the seal of biliteracy. So if I could ask Dagne Ochoa and Hema Quetzal to please come up.
Good afternoon. My name is Hema Quetzal Cárdenas, and I'm here as a student board member for the State Board of Education. My first meeting in September was actually about this. It was about how the seal of biliteracy means college career readiness. And I don't think people understand the power of that, because in 1996, here in California, Proposition 227 was passed. And what Proposition 227 did was tell students, you don't deserve to learn any other language other than English. If you know another language than English, you are less than, and you shouldn't be able to have access to resources so that you can be not only bilingual but biliterate. And this is power, because right now we're in a country, and we have been in a country where that if you're caught speaking any other language than English, you will get harassed. You will have to face racism, prejudice, and many different levels of oppression because you know another language in other than English. And it's so important that this is happening, because we're telling students that not only is it important, it's to know how to speak a language, but how to read and write. Because in the future, if we become doctors, construction makers, lawyers, it's important to give those resources back to our community and be able to serve them in many different ways other than just speaking the same language. And so biliteracy is very important, and I'm very excited to see these numbers, because there's numbers in the state that is struggling, that they're not even going to prioritize that, and they don't even know how to implement the seal of biliteracy. And so I'm very excited, because the next student board member, they're going to see these numbers and they're going to be like, whoa, Oakland's doing amazing. And so we need to acknowledge that what Oakland is doing is great, and we're going to keep thriving and keep setting that standard higher. We're going to go past 160 next year. I already know it. And so I'm very excited for that, hearing that 200 probably next year. So I'm excited. So thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Dagne Ochoa, and I'm a senior at Oakland Technical High School. For me, obtaining the seal of biliteracy is it's a very important accomplishment, and I can imagine that a lot of us feel the same way about it. I learned English when I was in 2nd grade. After realizing in high school that I was having a hard time speaking my native language, I decided to take Spanish courses to not only develop myself more in the language, but be able to communicate with my parents and learn parts of my Hispanic heritage and history that I had not been previously exposed to. As I learned more about the history of my culture, I began to regain control of my identity, and after exposing myself to this, I soon realized the identity struggle I had experienced trying to manage and incorporate myself in both the Spanish and English language and the culture within each one, as I had a difficult time understanding and accepting that these two essential aspects of my identity could potentially coexist. Learning that two cultures could coexist allowed me to understand myself, as I became more aware of how we sometimes unconsciously neglect part of our culture or our identity in an effort to excel in a language that is outside of our own, when in reality being bilingual or bicultural gives us a unique insight into the world around us. Understanding this has also helped me want to apply being bilingual and from two different cultures directly into the fields that I want to study. For me, obtaining the seal of biliteracy awards just this, the trajectory in excelling in 2 or more languages, and awards the biculturalism and bilingualism that I have developed. It will continue to bring me insight into my community by being an active member and helping people understand the aspects of my culture, or being bicultural, as it is sometimes not taken into consideration, to help us understand the diversity within our community and better understand each other. So I think that obtaining this along with my peers will really help us be able to communicate with each other more and understand the different background that we all come from. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for sharing those great observations and words.
So you can see the brilliance of our students. I may ask Dagny if I can have a copy of her remarks, because I think those should be published. That was beautiful. I want to welcome our students up to be celebrated, but if there's any questions or comments first, I can address those.
Yeah, let's do comments and questions from the board, and then we definitely want our students to come up and we'll take photos also. Director Harris, do you have anything?
I would say simply congratulations. All of you speak more languages than I do, and I just admire you. So I won't bore you with my stories. Congratulations on the work, and this is, as the former student director said, I think this is the right focus, and I think this does in fact mean college and career readiness, part of what it means to be college ready and career ready, particularly in California. So thank you, and congratulations.
Director Torres.
So definitely, I appreciate the work. I can't imagine how many hours, how hard it is after years of the different attitude in our state, which was quite shocking that our state was showing its true colors, I guess. I think that there's a problem sometimes in California pretending to be progressive. But this is a great move in the right direction, and your goals being aggressive, and as Hema Quetzal said, it'll probably be over 200. And to that note, in my short 1 minute and 26 seconds, I also want to say to the faces of the people I see out there holding the certificates in Spanish, quiero apoyar a los papás y mamás que ayudaron a sus hijos para poder llegar a este nivel, porque hay muchas carreras que necesitamos la gente que habla más de un idioma en este país. Abogados, doctores, todos se necesitan español, maestros y directores también. Entonces quiero decir gracias y espero que si tienen más niños en su casa o en su familia, que les digan de este honor, para que ellos también puedan llegar a este momento en el futuro. So I just wanted to say thank you to the mothers and the fathers for working so hard for their children to get to this place. Many careers need multilingual people in the United States, doctors, lawyers, principals, teachers. And for the rest of the children in their family or their friends' families, please encourage them to be getting this honor in the future. Gracias.
Thank you, Director Torres. Director Hinhaj, do you want to say anything? Okay. I just also wanted to congratulate all of the recipients today. These are skills that are going to stay with you as you move on to your next endeavors in education and also into career. I am so proud of how far we've come, and I love the ambitious goals going forward. We know that in 21st century, it's imperative that we speak many languages. And I have to say that I'm the youngest of 4 daughters. My parents gave up on sending my older sisters to Chinese Saturday school because there was not Chinese programs in our schools. And I'm half Japanese and half Chinese, and I don't speak either language, and I think that's really unfortunate. And I loved what the speaker was talking about in terms of the tie-in with language and culture and identity. And I'm so proud of so many of our students who have been able to embrace through language, embrace their culture and identity, and use it as a point of pride. And I just really just want to commend you all for staying with it. I know it's challenging, not just mastering one language, but multiple, 2, 3, even 4, as one of our student director here. And it will only help you succeed in the future. And so we are just so proud of each and every one of you, and just really encourage you to continue to grow in the development of your language skills and be able to use that as an asset as you continue on in your education and your careers. With that, Superintendent, did you have any remarks you wanted to share? Oh, yes. Perfect.
So good evening, and I'd like to thank the parents for being here tonight, all of the students from all the schools. Congratulations, felicidades a todos. I think this is just it's wonderful to see just the beginning and just to see what it's going to become in the future. I echo some of the comments around what we're seeing tonight being a reflection of kids truly being ready, not only for college, but the world of work. And I want to add in there the community readiness, because we want to have kids that have more of a global perspective. And we are one of the few countries where it is the norm to speak one language. And so we actually are the exception and not the norm when we think about kids all over the country. In most countries, it is the norm to speak 2, 3, and 4 languages. And so in many ways, this is us really ensuring that our students are ready for the 21st century and that they can be competitive, not only in the United States, but be prepared if they want to actually live and work in other parts of the country. I think it also speaks to one of our values around equity and knowing that your race and your culture is integrated in terms of your learning experience, and you learning about who you are as a part of your education. We have a lot more work to do in that area, but I think what we're hearing is this is the right work. So I'm looking forward to seeing this celebration just continue to get bigger and bigger every year. I want to appreciate, the parents, teachers, principals, and the Elma office just for the collaborative work and really taking our vision and making it a reality. Thank you.
Great. So Ms. Knight, how would you like to, did you want to call up the students?
Yeah,
now?
so if we could have students, if you could come up with your certificates, and if we could have board members. And parents, this is a chance you can take your child's picture. So we're just going to all come at once. Please bring your certificates. Should we use the...
Was recognition. So at this time, we actually have a public hearing that was scheduled for 6 p.m. So at this time, before we resume the regular agenda, we will move on to the public hearing. If there's a representative here from Oakland Charter, I believe it's Oakland Charter High School. Excuse me, A Method Public Schools, Oakland Charter Academy. Is there a representative here from the A Method Public Schools? Okay, it does not appear that we have a representative here, so we will follow up with them and look to schedule another public hearing.
Madam Superintendent, that's unprecedented. I've never seen that happen. Could you check with staff around why they would not be here? Thank you.
So if someone from A Method or from Oakland Charter Academy does come tonight, please let me know. Please come up to the dais and let one of our board staff know. We are able to take up the item later in the agenda. We'll let folks transition who are going to transition. Congratulations again to our seniors and our parents. Thank you for coming out tonight. Best of luck in all your festivities for graduation and beyond. All right, so we're on page 9. This is modifications to the agenda. I have a few to announce, and then I'm sure there might be some others. So to begin, we are going to pull the item S2, which is the cap for non-public, non-sectarian school agency services for a special education program. Staff wanted to be able to further review some of the numbers, and so that will come back to us in June. We are also, for the item T5, which is the District Central Administrative Housing Resolution. We will be taking up that item, but we will not be voting on that item tonight. It will be a presentation. We'll have a narrow discussion, but we will have this item back on our agenda on June 5th, and we'll take a vote at that time. Tonight will just be a presentation and discussion. Are there any other changes to the agenda besides what I just announced? Item P26, we will pull that item. Great. Any other modifications? All right. Seeing none, we will move on to reports. So first up, we have our student board member report. Director Amasoho, I'll turn it over to you.
Okay, thank you. So for the report, All City Council Governing Board is actually going to come and give our annual end of the year presentation for this school year. So they're going to come up right now. Yeah. Oh, I just, okay. So yeah, this is All City Council Student Union, and we're just going to share with you what we've been working on this past year. Like, this year felt like 3 years to me. I don't know if anyone else felt that. Like, it was like the longest year of my life. It was just really long, and like we all felt that too. So, and we actually did a lot of work like behind the scenes, and we just want to share that with you. And yeah, so I'm gonna pass it off to Zihao, who's our president, to kick us off. I can't control the slides.
Oh, perfect. Okay, that's fine.
Will you each be introducing yourself also when you come up? Yeah. Great, thank you. Well prepared already, well prepped.
Oh, so no slide changes? Ah, perfect. On my slide. All right, so just a quick, my name is Zihao, I'm a senior at Oakland Tech. A quick reminder of what All City Council Student Union is. We are a team of students across the district that represents and amplifies student voice by acting as a bridge between the student body and the adult decision makers and stakeholders. And meaningful student engagement. Meaningful Student Engagement Collaborative is a group of organizations that uplifts and amplifies the voices of students, parents, and families, and through community action. And our Meaningful Student Collaborative partners are Black Organizing Project, Californians for Justice, Hope Collaborative, Marcus Foster Education Institute, Oakland Kids First, Rio Hard, OUSD Health and Wellness Department, OUSD Restorative Justice, Youth Together, All City Council Governing Board, APAL, Peer Restorative Justice Leadership, African American Male Achievement, Leadership Classes from Oakland Tech, Oakland High, Latino Student Achievement, and Open.
Hi, my name is Jeannie Pitchapon-Wansiketa, and I'm a senior at Oakland High School, and I'm the current LCAP Student Budget Director for the 2018-19 school year. So currently, right now, the LCAP Student Advisors and Director are elected at their school site leadership class to represent the All City Council Student Union High School meetings. And we currently have 3 student advisors for this year, and they serve as a voting member of the LCAP Parent Student Advisory Council, or the LCAP PSAC. I just want to speak on my experience in the LCAP PSAC this year a little bit, that I'm also part of the LCAP PSAC lead delegates. We plan the agenda for the general PSAC meetings, and first, at the beginning of the year, we started out focusing on the 4 groups, low-performing students, which is African American male, English as second language learners, unhoused youth, and student with disabilities and IEPs. But after the strike in February, we shifted our focus into how do we increase LCAP PSAC parents' engagement, because there's also there's decrease in parents' engagement with the LCAP PSAC, and we want to also increase student engagement in the PSAC process also. And I just want to talk a little bit about the 2018 and 19 key accomplishment for All City Council. There's an All Admin Institute that is a panel talking about the importance of having the hard conversation and the partnership between adults and students. And you can go check the videos at our social media, the ACC social media and website. And we have led the Student Action Research Project, focusing on the student voice on OUSD budget. We led the 4 ACC high school organizing meetings and trained 53 high school students leader across OUSD. We led 6 ACC middle school organizing meetings also, and trained 44 middle schoolers across OUSD. We engaged over 2,000 students in the ACC initiative and campaign. We led the 22nd annual Oakland Middle School Peer Resource and Ethnic Study Conference with over 200 students attending. We have implemented the district-wide student-led engagement, advancing the Making A through G Real, 100% prepared for graduation, college, career, and life campaign. We also designed, organized, and facilitated over the 10th Annual Youth Action Summit and elected 8 ACC Governing Board members. We supported bringing student voice to the revisioning of the physical education policy, credit recovery, and the HR hiring of teachers. We led and designed the 6th annual Making A through G Real Scholarship that will be awarding $4,000. We also received funding from the City of Oakland to fund the student budget priority for this fiscal year also.
Hello, my name is Fatima. I'm the current parliamentarian for the 2018-2019 school year, and I go to Oakland High. The Making A through G Real campaign is a 10-year campaign that is focused on making sure that students are graduating from high school with the A through G requirements to attend a UC or CSU. 3 pillars were identified to make the campaign a reality: quality teaching, student support, and safety. Going back into middle school, All City Council, As a former middle school ACC delegate, I'm proud to be able to say that attending these meetings and ending with the Ethnic Studies Conference helped me come to the decision to run as an 8th grade student and be part of the ACCGB. This helped me as a freshman find new connections earlier rather than later. Middle school students were also able to be a part of the ACC movements as a whole. 19 students engaged in the civic action to support student budget priorities.
One of the programs that, my name is Griffin Castillo. I'm the vice president for the 2018-2019 school year. I attend Oakland Technical High School. So one of the programs that helps support the culture and climate of our schools and ensure that all students are involved is restorative justice. And something that we did this year is that we trained 370 peer restorative justice leaders, and these students were then able to hold circles within the schools that they attend and the school district itself. We also integrated our restorative justice into the middle and high school student governing bodies, where they use circles to build community, welcome new members of the process, and repair harm and conflict within leadership.
Good evening. My name is Jonathan Piper II. I'm a senior at Skyline High School, graduating this Friday. Yay. I'm the media director for All City Council Student Union for the 2018-2019 school year. Another position that was added onto All City Council Governing Board about 2 years ago was the All City Council Nutrition and Wellness Director. This director served on the All City Council Governing Board with the other 10 members, and we identified the mental health, the nutrition, and wellness as a budget priority. Many students advocated to the board about the importance of securing access to mental health, physical health supports, and mental health services for students at school programs, specifically meal prep programs, like the supper program. And so we prioritized saving the supper program so that students would have meals after school. Another campaign by All City Council was making the A through G real campaign, which made it a requirement for the classes that you're taking at high school to be able to transfer over to college. Unfortunately, although this is also mandatory that your credits transfer over, we still have Black and Latino students who are graduating from high school not meeting the A through G requirements. And so we're asking for the board's support in making sure that students who are graduating from schools are graduating A through G eligible, like the campaign made possible. Just a brief background on ACC's movements this year. I have a timeline. So we started with saving specific sports programs that were being cut from school sites. In August, we came here to defend the supper program that was reinstored, so thank you for that. From October 19th to the 20th of 2018, All City Council held its annual youth retreat, the organizing camp, where 40 students from different school sites came together and decided what the 4 budget priorities were going to be. We asked students, what has made school the most effective for you over the years? And so that's where the 4 budget priorities came out of. In November, we launched our student voice survey for the budget priorities, and that's where over 1,000 students participated, which kicked off our campaign of students at the table, not on the menu. That was on November 14th. In December, we had 218 students meet with the board members from each of the school district, where we had a pledge created and signed by Director Torres, Director Hidden Hodge, Director Gonzalez, and Director Harris. On January 28th, 2019, All City Council Student Voice, we held a press conference not too far away from here where we let the world know what our budget priorities were going to be and who was going to support us with making those a reality. And from that point, we've continued to outreach to students and making sure they come here and voice their opinions. In February, Student Director Omosoho proposed an amendment to the budget cuts to secure funding for restorative justice, the Office of Equity, and foster care case managers. On March 4th, 2019, the teachers ended their strike, and we had over hundreds of students come to this space on a Monday morning to advocate for these programs that were supporting them. And that's when we presented an amendment that was presented by Director Hidden Hodge and Student Director Omosoho, and voted on by Director Torres and Director London, my bad. And the Oakland Education Association also added language in supporting the restorative justice in their tentative agreement. From March to April, All City Council began meeting with school district members, board members, the city, and the county to raise funding for our 4 priorities. And on April 16th, All City Council advocates fought for the passing when the city decided to give funding for the resolution to find funds for restorative justice, foster care case managers, and libraries. So with every month that All City Council has been involved, we've been doing intentional meetings for students to come together and know what's happening in our school sites and with our district. It has been made kind of difficult when we're not given transparent information, or when sometimes meetings are switched around and our student directors don't know that until the last minute. So we're asking for transparency with our district and more communication when it comes to meeting times. And we hope that this year has served as an example for why it's important to meet with students periodically and give us feedback so that we can stay up to date with what's happening and give report backs to the other students in the district, and just build up the partnership and the communication between the Oakland Education Association, the Board of Education, and All City Council Student Union. And then more of the engagement from this year has been the student voice on the ad hoc committee for the blueprint process, which I'm actually a part of. All City Council endorsed Measure AA presented by Oakland Promise. Oh my God, I didn't do that. Presented by Oakland Promise, which ensures funding for the lower generations to have college access. And wait, go back. My bad. I'm past that. All right. All City Council would also like to learn more about the BOSS campaign presented by the Black Organizing Project, because we do realize that student safety is very important, and so we want to prioritize that in the school sites. So we look forward to working with Bob just to get more information on that campaign. And then we want more student voice on hiring committees and learning who's going to be in our schools and supporting our district when it's talking about equity in our schools. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Brooks Agai. I go to Mel West High School, and I am the current historian for the All City Council Student Union. So, about a couple of months ago, ACC created a survey to conduct All City Council has created a survey to see like.
You got it. Take it.
Okay. Okay. So sorry. We have created a survey for students to get an opinion on and to give insight on what's happening in our schools. We created a research question, which I'll be stating right now. What do you believe to be the most valuable aspects of your OUSD experience? And the aspects are people, programs, initiatives, services that has positively transformed your educational experience and have prepared you for life after high school. So a summary of what we've done. We've gotten around 1,050 student participants, and we've had 27 questions, and 15 schools participated, and the And we wanted to we wanted to know like what it looks like to understand students, and just like what programs is very like beneficial for them to have. Thank you.
So in that question, the first budget priority area number 1 that we uncovered was student leadership. And this is programs such as AAMA or restorative justice or the school site councils and student government. And through the survey question, we discovered that students feel like this is very important to them, these student leadership programs. 60% of high school students are involved in this type of targeted support or leadership program, and 3 out of 4 students actually believe that these programs have supported them. And whether or not they actually believed, or whether or not they actually did support them, even if they just believe it, those students feel like they have a place to belong at school and feel empowered. So the other student budget priority areas we'll be covering was student leadership, teacher quality, mental health, nutrition and wellness, and finally college and career support.
Hi. I think like we presented these priorities so many times, but I'll be covering quality teachers. So quality teaching. So essentially, teachers recruitment, relationship, retention, and training. These like quality teaching are central to student success and life outcomes. OUSD must like hire and retain culturally responsive teachers that meet the needs of all students, and because these are the keys to student development and success. As you can see, like from our data, is that 76% of our students says that having a caring school staff make them want to come to school more, and that is what we want. And 86% of students report that having a positive relationship with these staff actually makes them feel more motivated to succeed and move on. So I think that's a very important key to note.
Budget priority area number 3, very important stuff. Mental health, nutrition, and wellness. Students are aware of the Students are aware of the mental and physical health supports that they need to persist through school. It is up to the adults to hear student voice and make positive decisions. So, according to our research, 72% of students believe that health and well-being determine life success. But only 1 in 2 of those students believe that they have enough resource, that their school have enough resource to support their health and well-being needs. Because if we don't have a healthy student, we don't have a student. Budget priority area number 4, even more important stuff. College and career support. Educators in OUSD invest and understand the value of building relationship with students. According to our survey, only 59 students feel prepared for life after high school. 59%. That is an F grade. And 65% of students feel that increasing the size of their class will negatively impact their ability to succeed academically. So that is coming out of the mouth of the students. So we know what we need to do.
Before I begin, I wanted to thank you guys for listening to the presentation and acknowledging the importance in the presence of students in the school district. We are the largest body in the entire district, so thank you again for making sure that we're heard. So some updates on things we're doing at the moment and plans for the next year is, first and foremost, we arranged meetings with County Supervisor Wilma Chan about county funding for APISA, restorative justice, and foster youth. And furthermore, we also met with council members, with 3 out of the 4 council members on the education partnership, which is a partnership between the school district and the city of Oakland, and students have to be represented on that. We spoke with Councilmember Bass, Taylor, and Kalb, and we're making sure that students are involved not only in the Board of Education in the school district, but also in the city. Second, we have students on the Joint Powers Authority, or the JPA, which is a partnership between the county, the city, and the district. And third, with the education partnership, we're working to ensure that there are student seats on that committee so that students are heard. In terms of culture and climate, we're going to have summer interns who will research various decisions we will have students involved in the decision-making process for the redesign of restorative justice and making sure that all students still have access to this support system and making sure that it's as efficient as possible and that student voice is a part of that. We also want to adapt and build off our youth adult partnership training and culture and climate committee, because we want to make sure that youth and adults are working together like we do, and that youth are involved in the decision-making process because they'll inherit it next.
Hello, my name is Hema. I'm a ACC delegate. Some other ACC engagements that happened this year is the student voice on the ad hoc committee for the blueprint. This is actually what Jonathan was a part of, as well as ACC endorsed Measure AA. The reason we endorsed Measure AA is because we thought that students, before they entered OUSD, they should have access to preschool. They should have access to resources so that they could build their brain, because as we know, toddlers, when students are toddlers, that's when they're actually building their brain most. So what resources are we giving to low-income students? As well as the central office redesign, ACC also learned more about the BOSS campaign and the student voice on hiring. And so this is actually a slide that's been presented for the last 4 years with the exact same words, and it's about how can you continue being a champion for meaningful student engagement. And so for some of y'all have seen this many times. And so some of the ways you can become a champion is engage with your schools and all city council student union. Keep visiting your schools, reaching out to the student leadership teams at your schools. Reach out to ACC and be like, hey, can I meet with you? I know you're a delegate or you're a governing board member from my district. How can we build that partnership? Because that is meaningful student engagement. Also about allocating time to attend and promote student engagement. So how are you talking about ACC? Oh, you know, an ACC event is happening because you heard it from the student directors. How can I send this to the principals in my area? This is very important because sometimes principals or adults may not listen to the student directors and students. So it's very important that the school board is taking initiative to reach out to the principals and being adult allies. That is a very key thing because your voice has more weight than us sometimes, and that's actually the truth. So please, attend and promote these events, as well as giving more funding and resources. As we know, students can dedicate hours and hours and hours to the work ACC is doing, so resources is very important. Funding is very important. You know, it's important to compensate our young people who are doing amazing work. It's important to fund programs that are going to support students' leadership. You know, many of our students would not be here where they are without funding and resources, and that's a reality. And lastly, connecting with other organizations. If you're a part of an organization that you feel should be involved with ACC, do something to connect. Send an email with someone, connect and be like, hey, this is ACC, oh, this is blah, blah, blah. I think you should connect. You both want to promote A through G. You both want to promote student voice. These are very important. They may seem simple, but they actually carry a huge impact. So please, this is how you become champions. And so lastly, making A through G real scholarship is something that's been happening for the last 6 years. This is the 6 years. We just launched voting. What happens is that students create a multimedia project from an essay, video, pictures, and what they do is that they talk about the priorities from ACC, which is teacher quality, student support, and what's the third one? College and career. And so students do their scholarship based on this, and this is how students, you know, this is one way we could get money for college. There's actually some ACC students who are doing this scholarship, and one way they could get it is that by voting. So one way you could vote is you go to marcusfoster.com/org/magr-vote, and then there's going to be different videos, and you vote for what student you think should get this scholarship. They will get $1,000 to $2,000. And lastly, I want to say thank you to all City Council student union representatives from the years 2018-2019, Student Director Yoto Omosoho and Student Director Josué Chavez Villegas. Also our President Ziha, who has actually been involved in ACC since his sophomore year. Vice President Griffin, who actually came in the middle of the year and, you know, pulled through. Media Director Jonathan Piper, who went from a delegate to the Media Director. Our Historian Brooke, and our Health and Wellness Director Jessica. Also our Secretary Aya, our Parliamentarian Fatima, our two LCAP directors Ahmed and Jeannie, and all these students have done amazing work in their own different ways inside and outside of ACC, and so I really want to congratulate them for all the work they've done. So if we could give a round of applause to ACC. But don't get it twisted, you know, they're still going to be doing work in student voice. They're still going to be doing work after they graduate. Some of them are going to continue to OUSD. So if you're visiting a school and become a champion, you may run into them. So keep that in mind. And lastly, I want to welcome ACC for next year. Come on, give a hand for our new ACC. We got a few of our members, and so I'm not going to say their name. They could introduce themselves, you know. So if you could come up. So first we're going to start with our student director. So who's going to be sitting with y'all?
Me. Good afternoon. I am a junior at Oakland High School, and I'm looking forward to having more. Good afternoon. My name is Dylan Singaribo. I am a junior at Oakland High School, and I am looking forward to having more process on the benefits of our students. I believe that our priority should be a student's success, and the lack of resources we're having right now is not doing the job. Therefore, we should guide students through the right path and have more value of the education we obtain, because we are worthy of succeeding as well. So thank you so much, and I'm looking forward to working with y'all.
Hello, I'm Micah Smith-Dahl. I'm from Life Academy. I'm a junior. I am the student director, and I'm from West Oakland, but I go to school in the Fruitvale District, and so I feel like I offer an interesting perspective. And, you know, I feel like everyone on the team right now is offering a different perspective, and that I think is super important. And so I think it's, you know, an honor. I'm really honored to be on this team and to work with you. Thank you so much for this opportunity.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Ana Paula Mendez. I'm a junior at Street Academy. My future position is parliamentarian, soon to be climate and culture director. I'm glad to be contributing and representing all student voices in OUSC. I'm really looking forward to growing into my role and being able to facilitate ACC with the rest of my board members. So thank you.
Hi, my name is Lynn Lee. I go to Anna Brewer Middle School. I'm an incoming freshman at Oakland High. And my future position is vice president. I'm looking forward to working with all you guys and working with my other members of the governing board. And I'm also like a first generation immigrant, so I'll have like a good, I guess, a decent perspective on that genre. And I hope to use my position and opportunity to represent the students in the district and impact the community in a positive way.
Hi, my name is Natalie Gallegos Chavez. I am an 8th grader at Anna Brewer Middle School, and I will be an incoming freshman at Oakland Tech next year. And my future position will be at LCAP. I'm looking forward to working with our other members and finding ways to make high school a good education, so we can all have a good education, and seeing everyone's different perspectives for the low-income families and every student so they can have the good education. Thank you.
Thank you so much, new governing board. Nothing but respect for my representatives. And so, you know, you heard their schools, you heard their names, reach out to them. Like I said, become a champion. You heard what schools they go through. You're their district board member. Get their email right now, you know, because it's very important to keep those connections. It's very important to promote ACC because we are the student union and we represent all Oakland Unified School District students. And so I want to thank everybody for their service. This is all the work ACC has been doing, and we should continue being excited for all the amazing work that ACC is doing, because making A through G real is what it's all about. So thank you.
Great. Director Torres.
The questions?
So thank you for the presentation and for introducing the new leadership team. That's always important to see. what schools, and that you're representing quite a nice, large swath of the city. So that I know you guys are very mindful of that, so I appreciate that. My three quick things I wanted to ask. Is it possible potentially, and I could help fund it with my budget, make postcards that identify, for instance, 3 to 5 of your top priorities, and ask principals of every school in OUSD to sign this type of pledge? And then we keep following up to ask them to be, sending students or staff to the all-city council events, or you go and give presentations at the schools. So some kind of a postcard giving the principals an opportunity to make a pledge. Like we did a pledge in December, right? You named a few of us, but early in the fall. So that's one suggestion. The second one is, in regard to measurables, I know, having been up here for a while now, the similar theme, right? Smaller class sizes, because we have a lot of students in need of, they're homeless, English learners, poverty. So smaller class sizes, and you were talking about LCAP and restorative justice being more pervasive, especially the culture of students are happy to go to school when they have a connection to an adult, and especially a teacher, right? Teachers change lives. So how is that going to be measured is what I'm wondering, and maybe I'll get this later from y'all to think about. And then, so how do we measure that, right? What's the data from the last few years that is showing an increase and improvement of that? And then third, you have an opportunity tonight to talk to some women who are in the back from BOP and Black Organizing Project. I know you know who they are, because I know you guys are so worldly and awake about what's going on in our city and in our country with this president. I think that it's opportunity to get on the wave that is happening nationally to change the culture of police in schools and in Canada. And they are here, so I would suggest you talk to them. And next year, this presentation includes the idea of removing police from our schools, because that's a huge budget we could use for mental health and libraries and restorative justice. And so we should be in front, because we're the leader of RJ. Why do we have police? We are the leader of RJ in the country. So please talk to them and get their information tonight, the new leaders and the rest of you, and that way you can build coalition, because they're on to something. And I know that's going to happen, in maybe not in my time on the board, but it's going to happen.
Thank you, Director Torres. Director Hinhaj, and then we'll go to Director Harris.
Thank you for your service, and congratulations to the folks that are coming in. I actually feel like I'd like to talk to the incoming officers of the ACC, if you wouldn't mind coming forward. I have some, these are really just more comments and actual concerns. For me, a little bit more concerned over the police, or again, sometimes our conversation about prison pipeline. But in this campaign, they talked about A to G, and I just wanted to share some data that I just recently received, and I can share the links to this. But A to G, attaining A to G in this district is actually for a very few group of students. It's improving, but it is not for every student that is here. And if you're an African American student, it is likely that you will not meet A to G inside this system. And so I have some recent data this is coming from the California Department of Education. And we're also in a really big battle around charter schools, and I know some of you have, when you talked about your diversity, I actually know some of you, and I know that you started out in charter schools and now you're in traditional schools, and so you actually come from a blended space around what was right for you, and your families made those choices. So I'm not gonna go into that necessarily, but I want to talk about the district's A to G, and hope that as this team of folks that are leaving, that they left you with like a very strong message around how important it is, but there's actually a lot of work to do around this. And so the district numbers around A to G completion for African American, well, let me start, I'm gonna have to go ahead and start at the top. The district cohort of African American seniors 2017 and 18, at the district level, there's just 496 students, African American students graduating. And a percentage of those black seniors in the district, that's about 83%. And the total district graduates, again, is 417. Got to figure out that math there. But total district AG completion, so out of the 417, 159 So the district A to G completion rate is about 32%. So we know what that is. 3 out of 10 students are getting through A to G completion. So I just want to acknowledge the hard work of the students before you, and just know that this is work that has to happen. I struggle with how we throw around the word equity and what that really means. I think that we have to be really clear about race, and making sure that our teachers and myself, you know, that we're in a space where we're actually much more skilled in really talking about what are the strategies to name what it looks like for students of color oftentimes not to get served in the way that they need. So the implicit bias that happens, those things that happen. So I really look forward to partnering with you around those particular kinds of things and getting that focus. And so I appreciate your diversity and your courage to step into these leadership roles. And thank you very much to your leadership, ACC, that's going out.
So can we take
Director
this time to
Harris.
respond?
Oh.
Sorry, there's just a lot of communication. I don't want to lose track. So I know Ms. Torres had 2 questions and a comment. That's what you shared.
So one was about the postcard to get a pledge from your principals right out the gate. So if they say, I just got to the district due to turnover, what is ACC? They could be coming from San Francisco, San Leandro, and they won't know what a resource you are. So that's one thing. And then the second thing was, what are the measurables?
Right.
And then the third was police in our schools and the removal of police in our schools. Okay.
And so I would like to answer as a transitioning out media director. I believe that the postcards are feasible. Reaching out to principals and leadership teachers, letting them know what All City Council is and how they can get involved and how we need student support. But I believe it also goes beyond just the students. Like Ms. Ketzel said, we also need some help with the Board of Education in solidifying our position in the school district and letting it also be known what the student union is and how we can support to the conversation. And then when in terms of measurables, I believe that's something for students to kind of decide. Like when we talk about equity in schools, what does that look like? I believe it also does start with students and what does an equitable education look like for students. So I know one way we measure that is through student testimonies when we ask them and do surveys like, do you feel like there's an adult on campus who you can talk to, who supports you? And so I feel like that work has been happening, especially with the California Healthy Kids Survey. But we can definitely expand and just.
And I probably meant measurables and growth. Like, what do you want to see? A growth in 10%, 20%? The way the previous presenter about the bilingual literacy, what's the growth you'd like to see so that we have a benchmark?
Right. Okay, so definitely something for our next governing board to put on their palette and talk about what does growth look like for students. So it's one of the first things I'm pretty sure we'll be working on. And then I know Ms. Jeannie would like to speak on BOP. All right, Ms. Ketzel.
All right. So we're very familiar about the Black Organizing Project. We have been partnering and learning from them as well. You know, the school to prison pipeline is something very real. It does happen with policing. It does happening with restorative justice. And so how do we really have those conversations? In our Youth Action Summit, we actually did have Bob come in and talk about the school to prison pipeline and criminalization of Black and brown youth. So those conversations are happening and they will continue to happen. It's all about how do we make sure students are still engaging in that conversation. But you know, one thing that we often talk about is how do students have that conversation. But if you really look at the student population, we also need to have our teachers and our principals having that conversation, because that's something that not everyone really is talking about. And people, it's like something that people hear and people are like, oh, I don't want to talk about. But that's something that our students are really working through. And so how do we have those conversations with students, community organizers, grassroots, central office, and teachers all together in the same room? And I feel like that's something that we all need to collaborate with. But yes, we will continue having those conversations in ACC.
And in response to Director Hinton Hodges' comment about A through G campaign and making that real, and I did also see an infographic about how Black and Latino students are graduating not A through G eligible, which was a concern to me because All City Council did fight very hard to make sure that students could get those credits transferable. I believe it starts with shifting our curriculum and what we're learning and how students learn. I know there's a lot of students who have different learning abilities and not all of those are explored in the classroom. So maybe if we looked at how do we have access to technology in the classrooms and how that can impact learning, we can focus on like how that will apply to students being A through G eligible if they're obtaining information and not using outdated textbooks and information that's not really feasible. And just seeing what is the educational gap for students of color and our counterparts with more resources. Once we can identify those gaps and then try and fill those voids, perhaps we can change just that whole piece in itself. So that's something that definitely should be looked at in different bodies, with the city, with the state, and with the school district, because they say it takes a village to raise a child. It definitely does in terms of education, because we're learning from so many different sources. So we'd love to explore that with you.
I just wanted to piggyback on that. I forgot to mention that I had heard you on a podcast, and one of the pieces that you talked about and a couple of other folks talked about was access to information. And so I would listen to that podcast that Jonathan was a part of. But I think that there was some solution pieces in that, and there's just the idea of awareness, right? Like knowing the data and having access to it is, I think, a really important thing. And then the last thing, I'm sorry, I forgot, this was in my note, and I won't go long into it, but I also do want to talk about African American girls. Like, I feel like that there's a space sometimes that does not get, that African American boys get spoken to quite a bit, because they tend to be the ones that are at least performing. But if you go just like a percentage, a half up, right, on the bottom of that rung are African American girls. And so there's been some tremendous growth around lack of suspensions and graduation rates for African American girls. So I just wanted to flag that as well. But that program is probably going to go away, and there hasn't been a lot of advocacy for the African American female side of the work inside of our districts.
You might give brief feedback about what that podcast was that I'm on. So I'm also the student representative for the ad hoc committee, which I believe President Ng asked to have implemented. And so one of the talks has been, what does equity look like in the district, and what does quality education look like? And so Dr. Charles Cole invited me to a podcast where we had two other students with us, and we talked about what equity and quality looks like for students in schools, because we're in the schools. And so that's on Energy Converters, episode 6. It says quality in our schools, where myself and two young ladies spoke about what it's like for us in schools and what it's been like for our education and the impacts that we've had. And so hopefully more people will listen to that podcast and think about how they can shift the quality of education. And I also did a blog post with EdTech about what does technology look like in school sites. And so I'll definitely share those links with you and the community so that we can have this discussion district-wide.
Thank you. Director Harris.
And also talking about equity, remember that early in this year, we, Yota Omosoho's, Student Director Omosoho, sorry, amendment was about protecting APISA and, AEMA, and talking about LSA, and, AFE was something that was brought up last year. And so these are very important in talking with the Office of Equity, because this is their line of work. And that's why Office of Equity is so important. And ACC has been trying to do better in partnering with the Office of Equity, because in the end of the day, they're people who have more experience in that, and they have been collaborating with students, and they have been doing a lot of work in engaging students. And those are the conversations they have been having, and we want to be having with them. And so, that is something, as mentioned before, that everyone needs to be having a conversation about, because it's true. I see it a lot. People use equity, intersectionality as like a buzzword. They like to throw it in because it sounds nice and makes it look nice, but it isn't actually being implemented. And so I agree with you with that. And it's really about how do we partner with places like the Office of Equity, who is doing that and very important and valuable work.
Adding on to that very briefly, like my peers have mentioned, it is a partnership, and it does take a village, and we agree that there is more work to be done. We look forward to working on that with you.
Director Harris.
Sure. I'll be quick. No, this is all good, and I don't have many questions. I just have a lot of praise. The one thing I've noted, and there's just a couple comments, is kind of the evolution here, and it kind of started with Hema. And then, but the transfer of knowledge that happened when you left the role, and then what's happening here with Yota and Josue, and it showed up for me when I saw the student voice on OUSD budget slide, and you just kind of look at your work over the year, and you should all really feel proud of that. I don't think I've ever seen a slide that robust, that impactful. So that's an amazing body of work, all the bases that you covered. and Hema, Jonathan, I'm gonna miss my man Z How. It's been fun seeing all of you grow up in front, at this dais, and so that is amazing. But I think what you've uncovered for a lot of your colleagues is that everything that matters lives in the budget, right? And if we're not expressing our love through the budget, then we're not expressing our love. And so continue to hold us to that. And so I just invite you, a couple of invitations to keep that kind of work plan, develop that. So the folks coming on, you can now see, oh, well, here's what they did in September, October. So what are the milestones you're gonna embrace? And then what kind of leadership can you offer? Maybe some extra work. Yes, you'll be at college, but that's how the legacy is transferred, right? And that's the commitment Hema has made. So I think that you need to make that deal amongst yourselves. This is how it happens. And then you imagine, what if it's twofold the following year? What if it's fourfold? So just invite you to keep that. The one thing that stood out, and I'm wrapping up here, is only 59% folks surveyed feel like they're prepared for life after college. That's probably very closely aligned to the remediation a lot of graduating seniors coming out of OUSD have to receive when they get to college. So there's some alignment, and there's students they aren't guessing. It's the feeling that they have is actually showing up on collegiate roles. So what can we do to better leverage measure-in dollars, to better leverage the college and career readiness work that we're doing? I think all good stuff for you to be focused on. Jonathan showed up at the JPA, never seen that before. That's something that you mentioned, the Youth Ventures Joint Powers Authority. There's also conversations about a new citywide table. And so we want to make sure, Jonathan probably passed this along, that there's a student on that table. So just amazing stuff. And the last thing I want to say is just kind of piggybacking on what Director Torres said. Yes, the alignment with BOP. I've had a chance to just been talking with them about opportunities. Yes, there's an opportunity to depoliticize and depolice our schools, but there's also an opportunity that's even closer, which I've talked with BOP about, and I'd like you to see you continue that, is converting the SSO to the culture keeper, right? Really, and that seems ripe for the doing, and I think Student Voice can really help speak to that. But man, I'm really just gonna miss you all, and I was excited to see the work. Don't laugh at my mic falling, man. I was excited to see the body of work, and just I must be getting old or nostalgic, but I'm gonna miss all of you and just appreciate your efforts. And thank you so much.
Thank you. I also just want to congratulate the outgoing All City Council. I think this is my 5th year on the board, and I think more so than any other year, we've had multiple interactions with all of you. I know I've sat in circle with many of you. I've sat in meetings at City Hall and with City Council members, and at Ed Partnership meetings and et cetera. I just really appreciate all of the ways that you've stepped above and beyond your role this year, particularly given some of the challenges and just unprecedented situations that happened this year. You all stepped up as true leaders on behalf of your student body and the students that you represent here in OUSD. And I just really excited for what you all have in store for you. I held leadership positions also in high school that really set the foundation for other roles later in life. And so I just encourage you to seek out leadership opportunities and continue to serve as you continue on in your endeavors. I know that you will. I know that I don't even have to say that. I know that you probably all have plans lined up and ambitions already. And so I just want to thank you and also appreciate each of you. And also to piggyback on Griffin's comments, I just really want to appreciate the real push around the Ed Partnership Committee and helping us think about, how we can have more student representation. And to my colleagues, just so you know, there will be an introduction of a bylaw change that will be coming later on this, in June, later on this school year, to be able to have our two student directors
participate in the ed partnership between the city and the school board. We've been researching with the general counsel and with board staff about how we can make sure that we're having student representation on the board. And to the incoming group of all city council, we clearly there's big shoes to fill. We know that you will all step into it. I just also want to echo Director Harris's call to provide continuity in the work. It seems like there's been a lot of momentum, and I look forward to the opportunity to meet with you all. And I would love to, I know that summer is coming up really soon, but particularly for the student directors, I would love the opportunity to sit down before a first board meeting, so that I know there was a bit of a transition in the first several meetings of this year in the fall. So I want to make sure that I'm committed to sitting down before the first meeting, so that we have, so there's you have some ideas of what to expect, and know that board members in the past have also offered to have a board buddy system as well, so that you have a board member that you can talk to and follow up with and have lunch with if you'd like. So I'd love to have the opportunity to do that over the summer before our first meeting in August or September, whenever you're able to join us. So thank you and congratulations again. Thank you for the wonderful presentation and for all of the work. And I'll turn it over to Superintendent now.
So good. We're in evening now, correct? Yes. It's evening. Yes. Good evening. Thank you all for the presentation, just the thoroughness of it, the clarity of it, and kind of the push in terms of what we need to do better as a system. I really look forward to working with the new All City Council youth. And Jody Talkington, if you could stand up for a moment. I was just texting her and saying that what I'd like to do differently next year is I meet with pretty much all the adult leaders quarterly. And I would love the opportunity, if you guys would like, to be able to meet with you quarterly. So we have more opportunities in a more intimate setting to really think about how to integrate a lot of your strategic plan emanating from the students into the work that we need to do. Because I think there's a lot that we could do in these sessions of thinking about how to build adult allies, and just thinking about the work you were able to do with the city council. I started my morning meeting with the executive director of the Boys and Girls Club. And as I was meeting with him, a huge issue we have in Oakland is we have all these folks who want to get into the schools, but our typical way of getting into the schools is through the adults. And there's all this wonderful wealth of, we were talking about just the gap and how expensive summer programs are, summer camps. And the Boys and Girls Clubs are building out all these programs around STEM, but typically they go through the principal and teacher. And so I was thinking this morning, it'd be great to bring some of these folks to you all so you guys can come up with the ideas of how to connect some of these resources with schools. So just an idea you guys can think about, and if it's something that you're interested in. Jody, could you stand up again? I've already asked her to reach out to you so that we can get them actually scheduled on a regular basis. So I just look forward to talking to you more about your ideas and how to make our schools better. And then lastly, we all know there's a village mentality, and so we see you all, but I want to actually give kudos to the team that I know works with you all the time. So just a huge appreciation to Aurora, to Raquel, to Sarah, to the Office of Equity staff, because it's true when we talk about the whole child, they're not in the classroom, but as you can see, there's a lot that's happening to kind of build their leadership up, and we want to find ways of having that be a bigger part. And then my last thing I wanted to say is, in a lot of the engagements around central office redesign, a lot of adults have talked about wanting to learn more from each other. And I know for a fact that some of our schools have really robust student leadership and student councils, and others don't. So I'd love for you all to think about ideas where schools, where it's really working and students have a voice. Are there opportunities where those students can be working with other schools to get that started? So I know I've given you a lot of homework, but wanted to give you guys some things to think about in the summer, and we can talk about it. So looking forward to working with you. Thank you.
Thank you once again to all of you, and congratulations. Do you guys should we take a photo? Let's take a photo. Why not?
So at this time, we're actually going to go back to the public hearing. This is for the A Method Public Schools, Oakland Charter Academy. So we will be opening the public hearing, item R1, change of admission preferences. It's a material revision.
Good evening, and first off, apologies for not being present when initially called. I had misjudged the time. My name is David Steffen. I'm Chief of Staff with A Method Schools, and we submitted a material revision in hopes to add one more preference to our admissions preference for students who are currently enrolled or reside in zip codes which encompass the attendance areas near our school, Oakland Charter Academy in the Fruitvale. The goal is to allow the neighborhood students to have a preference for that school. While most of the students at that school do come from the neighborhood, we have had to wait list some of the students who are local. And we would like to amend that and give them preference.
Great.
The rest of the revision is just updates for any of the laws that have changed.
And this would be for the 2021 year?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Questions by the board?
I mean, I think I would just want to acknowledge that this is a trend for people to kind of be looking at the admissions a little bit different. I mean, for some of us, it's also the hope that it can shift the racial diversity of the schools as well. So I think always it's great to, like, you know, when we push up against structures a little bit, and because we make them, right, and we can change them. And so I just hope that you'll kind of track it and make sure that it's tweaked and just understand if it's not working. And, you know, because I think there's a few people around that are trying these efforts. Even we are, right? We're trying to do a different thing around enrollment. So
I appreciate that.
Thanks for the effort.
Yeah.
Any other questions or comments by the board?
Thank you very much.
Thanks so much. This public hearing is now closed. This item will come back to the board for approval at a later date.
Madam President.
Yes.
I just want to let you know we didn't have any speakers on that item.
We did not. Okay. Thank you, Ms. Floyd. Appreciate it. So we are back to the President's Report. We're on page 10. I don't have a formal report today. I just want to acknowledge that we are in the last full week of school for many of our schools. I just want to congratulate all of our students for all their hard work, and all of our teachers and staff as well for all of their hard work this school year. We know it has been a challenging school year, but we just really appreciate all the hard work, dedication, and commitment of all of our staff and all of our students and our families. And I know the board will be going to a number of graduations with staff at our high schools in the coming weeks. Vice President London just got back from one of the graduations that happened today. They're starting, they're starting this week, at the tail end of this week and all of next week. So we just really, obviously those are always wonderful opportunities to be able to celebrate all of the successes of our students. So we wish all of our students well, and congratulate them on a great school year, and wish them a safe and enjoyable summer holiday until August. But of course, we will be here again until most Wednesdays until the end of the school year, end of the fiscal year. We did add a regular meeting to the schedule this year. So we will have meetings on June 5th and June 12th. June 19th, we will be having a special meeting, which will be covering the blueprint process. It will be either ideally it will be here in the great room if we can have access here. Otherwise, it will be upstairs in the committee room. And then the following week on the 26th will be our last meeting of the school year, where we will be adopting our budget. The LCAP public hearing will be on June 12th. So we will have meetings every Wednesday in June. That is my report. With that, I will turn it over to our Superintendent Johnson Schmel for the Superintendent Report.
Thank you, Board President. Good evening, everyone. As usual, I have filled the report with a lot of details, and I'm not going to be reading all of them. I'm just going to be lifting up some important updates and highlighting some successes. And the updates and successes, as always, will be anchored around our 3 district priorities: fiscal vitality, quality community schools, and organizational resilience. So I will start with fiscal vitality. I want to inform you of 2 leadership changes. One is I am excited to announce that Preston Thomas will serve as our new Chief Systems and Services Officer. This new position will take on the systems change work necessary to address the longstanding issues affecting our schools in relation to central office services and support. Our central office redesign is focused on OUSD becoming a more effective organization with students at the center. Every recent assessment of OUSD has pointed to the need to bridge our fiscal, talent, academics, and school sites operations. The CSS role, which is replacing the CBO role, will provide vision, strategy, and performance indicators for the work and enhance customer service by building continuous improvement systems within and across business and operations unit. Second, effective May 13th, Chief Financial Officer Ophelia Rojas has resigned from her position. We appreciate Ophelia's service, especially during labor negotiations and transitioning to our new financial system, Escape. Senior Executive Director of Budget Gina Murphy-Garrett will continue to handle day-to-day oversight of the fiscal team, including budget development for 1920, as she is already leading these processes. We have notified the Alameda County of Education and the Fiscal Oversight Trustee. They share the belief that between our staff and their staff's critical assistance, our fiscal operations will be well supported during this transition, as they are with our staff 3 days a week. The ACOE, Alameda County Office of Education's team, as I mentioned, is with us 3 days a week and remotely on other days to support our staff. We are currently working to identify an interim fiscal leader to help accelerate change that is needed and to lay a strong foundation for future recruitment and retention of a permanent CFO. On to quality community schools. Every report, I typically highlight a network of schools to share the amazing things happening within our school communities. During this board meeting, I'm lifting up the wonderful work of our alternative high schools. So there's tons of information in the report around some of the work that's being done in all of our alternative high schools. But I just want to point out one of the partnerships between the Elma office, alternative education, around our Rudsdale continuation school. So during the 17-18 school year, the 3 entities worked to expand and develop an alternative newcomer program to support older newcomer students, the first of its kind in the state of California. It has received local and state publication for the depth of work they are doing to support older newcomer students who have some of the highest dropout rates in the district. The Rugsdale Newcomer Program will be graduating its 4th cohort of students this May. If you want to read more about some of the successes, please do so to look at some of the academic improvements of our alternative education schools, work-based learning experiences, and some of the school culture and climate and mental health supports for our students. To piggyback on the earlier recognition for a multilingual program, I just want to highlight that the Elma office is in the process of developing a multilingual vision for our district, and we look forward to bringing that forward to the board just for folks to hear where we're going with trying to expand those opportunities for our schools. But I do want to highlight what is already in place, which is 8 dual language schools across our system, 5 elementary schools, Global, Esperanza, International Community, Q's and Seed, 2 TK schools, MLA in the Emerging Greenleaf Program, and 1 6-8 school, Oakland Soul. We have world language programs in 4 middle schools and 11 high schools throughout Oakland. So in total, we have about 3,000 students enrolled in dual language programs this school year. That's about 10% of our total OUSD enrollment. As we heard earlier, we have about 134 California Seal of Biliteracy that'll be awarded to high school students for this year. And you heard about the 3 students that have some of the highest percentages: Life Academy, CCPA, and Oakland Tech. Finally, I want to talk to, I have 2 more actual announcements just around our schools. Earlier last week, on the 16th, we had a huge announcement about our Oakland Goes Outdoors campaign. So our middle school office has been working diligently for probably about 2 years to figure out a way to ensure that every single middle school student has an outdoor experience before they leave 8th grade. And so there's been an initiative, and it's been funded by the San Francisco Foundation, along with the Bay Area Wilderness Training. So now we will be able to ensure that every middle school student has at least 1 overnight outdoor experience during their years in grades 6th through 8th. So we're really happy about this. This is about $1 million investment and just helping to bring more quality experiences to our middle school students. Lastly, coming up this week, we have a computer science fair that is run by our computer science coordinator, Keenan Scott. And we have an honoring your own celebration for our district staff that will be held on Thursday. And finally, we are trying to do our part in the talent office to think creatively about how we can provide housing support to our employees. And so our talent office has been working with The Landed, which is an organization whose mission is to help educators build financial security near the communities they serve. And one of the ways they're doing this is by providing down payment support and home buyer education to help educators overcome a major barrier to home ownership. And so you'll see in the report just some of the recent progress that's been made in terms of providing some of our educators some resources. I also want to point out a partnership that's been recently formed with Roomily, which is like a house match service that's just been kicked off this May, and you'll see just some of the initial progress with that as well. And so we're really looking forward to working more with some of our local real estate agencies and partners and finding creative ways of really providing our educators access to more affordable housing so that they can find opportunities to live closer to our communities. And so with that, that ends my report for this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent Johnson-Schmel. At this time, we'll move to, Director Torres.
So thank you for the report. And as I was reading the report, and then, of course, later there's a position to be created for Preston Thomas, I was curious to know if this is modeled on a district that is doing something like this, because this is rather innovative, which is what we need, and I'm happy about that. And he's been with the district a very long time and has played various roles. Obviously, he was a principal in my district, Life Academy, which is a very successful school. He left it in a great state, the way that all city councils leaving it for the next round of students. But I'm curious to know if there's a place we can see this type of situation and how it plays out in a district, if there is one.
So we've actually had a similar role called a chief service officer. And so what we've simply done is we've combined a lot of the job description of 2 board-approved JDs already, job descriptions, chief operating officer, which we've had that as well, and a chief service officer. There was a chief service officer here, I believe, when we were under state administration. So we took basically the combination of both of those to get to both some of the operational management that obviously we're going to have, as well as what we've heard from a lot of the engagements and conversations, which is the need to focus on improving systems and continuous improvement. So it's taking those 2 together. That doesn't obviously replace the need for a chief financial officer. There's been a lot of feedback from FIGMAT, from WestEd, and all of the evaluative reports that we've had over numerous years, that having both a chief business officer and a chief financial officer could be a bit duplicative, since the chief financial officer, the primary focus of that role is focusing on the finance. So innovative, yes, but it is something that we've had in the past, and we've actually been in touch with the individual that has been in the position before, and really finding that when we were doing things like the rater model, that actually was brought to the district through that particular position, Chief Service Officer. So we're trying to bring back some things that we found that were actually getting some traction, and figuring out a way to systematize some of those structures.
Okay, and then lastly, just quickly, in regard to adding more programs that are dual language, we saw tonight the biliteracy seals and the very aggressive goal, which is a great goal by that office, Elma. In regard to creating more programs distributed through the city so they're not impacted at MLA and Manzanita, would you say is a time frame to add more in, say, District 1 and District 2 and 3 and so on?
So right now, the work right now is to really look at the vision and look at the pathway across. So what we're seeing now that is part of the challenge is just looking at it in individual areas versus really looking at what is going to be the pathway. So that's the work that the Elma office is doing, so we can be a bit more strategic in terms of where we're placing some of these programs. And that work, we should be able to have an update in terms of what that pathway will look like before the end of the year.
Director Hinton-Hodge.
Great. This is such a kind of controversial issue, because the bilingual dual language programs often kind of become this symbol and signal for gentrification in neighborhoods, or more elite, more affluent, more privileged families kind of being able to call for specialized programs and that type of thing. And we build towards that. I mean, even Seoul was built without a real sense of how would we afford it. So I really do want to make sure that it is equitably kind of, addressed in some kind of way. And from a really kind of and I hear this word world language, dual language, but the only language I hear speak about is Spanish. So I have a huge Arabic population in West Oakland, and we've had it for years. And when we talked about the shift from Lafayette and that transformation that was supposed to happen 3 years ago, we said that we were going to do some kind of Arabic type programming. I know our parents are doing our Arabic-speaking parents are doing work in that way. And so all I ever hear is barriers of why something can't happen, and I never really get a real clear picture of why it can't happen. So I see things happen, but in one language, but I'm not seeing it in other languages. So as we call out world language, or we talk about equity and access, I think that for me is if I don't see that in the blueprint, or if I don't see a lot of leaning into how do you teach other languages. We were just with a high school student who came from Vallejo, and she took Tagalog for 3 years, and then got here. We don't offer Tagalog, and then we told her that we didn't even have a Spanish teacher at McClymonds, but we told her you got to catch up on your A to G. So this world language thing, I just want to make sure that this doesn't become the calling card for more privileged families to be able to access, and that's where this impacted thing happens in a lot of ways. So yeah, Manzanita Seed, Manzanita Community are also really examples for me of where dual language programs have worked really, really well, and then African American students on the same campus have not been able to read proficiently. So there's something in language development that we could be learning from both things. So appreciate the work, but I just hope we kind of interrupt.
Director Harris. Yes, you did.
Okay, sorry. That was it. We can save it for then.
Okay. Vice President London, did you have anything?
I just wanted to share that First of all, my apologies to the audience for not being here earlier. I was at the graduation for Oakland International High School, which is an amazing school in North Oakland, serves 400 students. The main criterion for getting in is that you've been in this country 3 years or less. So every student at that school is learning English. And the model that they have at Oakland International is one that is being replicated for many of our newcomer students at all grade levels across the city. The school has become a learning lab. They continue to bring in a lot of grant money for different types of programs. But if we want to talk about language acquisition, I think Oakland International is a great model for us to look at. And I just want to, for a minute, talk a little more about how amazing this graduation was, because they had graduated their largest class ever, 93 students. These students come from 22 countries, and between them speak 16 different languages. Most of them have been here 3 years, and they're graduating from high school in a new country. 25% of them came from situations where their education was interrupted because the school ceased to exist, or they were living in a refugee camp, or something else. The hardship that these students have overcome, the average age of graduation is 19 because they need a little more time to catch up. But they do it, and then they keep on going to community college, to four-year colleges, into the workplace. So it's really an amazing school, but I think in terms of language acquisition, it's a great model. And I think as we look at the blueprint, and the other thing I would say is that 22 different languages. So these kids are coming from every continent and speaking languages that are very, very different. So I think the more we can think globally like that, the better we are. And I look forward to seeing how we can do more to integrate language into every classroom, additional languages besides English.
Thank you. Just to piggyback really quickly, just because they're all bringing up the multilingual pathway, I just want to make sure that we're also, that Elm office is also in conversations with our parents and families, because we know a year ago we had the families that had come and wanted to talk about the multilingual pathways across the district, and I think there was also parents from UMing and from some of the other some surrounding schools that have been wanting to be engaged in a conversation around what a citywide plan would be. So sounds like that is already part of the plan. So that's great. Just wanted to make sure that we were following up on those conversations that had gotten started. Did you have anything else? Did you have anything, Director? Yep, no problem. No problem at all. Just wanted to make sure you were included. Okay, so at this time we're moving to item N, which is comment by bargaining units. President Keith Brown had let me know that Megan Bumpus perhaps would be here. I do not see her. She had indicated she may not, she was not feeling well, so she may not be able to make it. Just wanted to acknowledge that many of our teachers are actually up in Sacramento today. That's why representation from OEA is not here. They are rallying for increased public education for our schools, and so many of them are up there tonight. So with that, we will now move on to public comment on agenda items A through N. Ms. Floyd, are there speakers for?
We have two
public
speakers, Ben Tapscott, Jim Mordecai.
Great.
You know, it's really embarrassing sometimes to sit here and listen to this school board talk about equity. We have 300 children, 11 to 13 in West Oakland, on a waiting list for a middle school. Superintendent, I asked you in August about moving 168 kids, so 300 kids would have a middle school. And it has been gone by the wayside. West Oakland has been devastated by the representative over in that area. We have closed 6 black schools. That's racial discrimination. These are young kids that have to leave their neighborhood every morning at someone's expense, picked up, and hopefully nothing happens to them when it comes to safety. I asked the question, I said, move 168 kids. It was disgraceful what you did to Lafayette. It was disgraceful what you did to Roots. And you sit there and play these games with children, but everybody can get into tech. Everybody can get in this school. When are we going to get some equity for black children in West Oakland? The fact that they do not have a middle school, and we could move 168, put them in Martin Luther King and Prescott, their enrollment would go up. I don't know what Preston's doing. And we would have 400 in a middle school. They have now 200. That would be 500 in a middle school. They would feed into MAC. Their enrollment would go up to almost 700, 800 people. It doesn't make sense that this discrimination continues. And this board, collectively, controlled by GO, backed by GO, make these types of decisions where these children have a right to an education in their neighborhood. They should not have to leave and go outside while we sit here and play these games with these young children. It's disgraceful.
Thank you.
And I'm still saying we don't need Envision over there. Why are all the charter schools in black neighborhoods?
Thank you.
Why aren't they up in the hills? We do not need Envision over there taking.
Next speaker, please.
My name is Sharon Rose. I just wanted to comment on what Director Hinton Hodge just said about credit for language, world languages. I completely agree with what she said. We need to do a better job in this district of giving children who speak Tagalog or Arabic or other languages credit for what they're learning in that language, and to be able to program to have advanced reading and writing in their native language. I couldn't agree more, and with all due respect, Director London, you missed the point. At International High School, they're learning English. That's true, and they're probably doing very well at that. But the point is to include more languages, native languages of the students who we have in this district. There was just on public radio today, I heard a story about Nashville, Tennessee. Apparently, there are a lot of Kurdish refugees living in Nashville, Tennessee, and so they have just started a program of teaching Kurdish to those children to allow them to develop language skills in their native language. Much more needs to be done in this district around that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Jim Mordecai speaking as an individual. First of all, I got read on because I got the memo that this is kind of an empty room because thousands of people across the state are in Sacramento lobbying for money for public education, which I know everybody up on the dais supports. And you could have, if you got in the middle, you could have worn red. I see somebody has a red sweater on the back of their chair. But that to me is a breakdown. Because you would have, if you understood what was going on. Say people couldn't make it to Sacramento, wear red to give support. So you should have gotten that information. And I just think it was an opportunity that you missed. Okay, I was first year of teaching. I taught sixth grade in Ceres, California, outside of Modesto. And these kids were like, it was like farm country, but they were just like city kids in the sense that they had no sense of outdoor education. The county there was Stanislaus County, and they had a program where every sixth grade child, you want to talk about equity, every sixth grade child went through this outdoor education experience. We went to, it was called Old Oak Ranch up in the Sierras. So the child who was brilliant, well, that's overstating it, the child was very smart academically in the classroom wasn't necessarily the child who out on the trail would be able to see symbiotic relationships and put things together. It was a different modality. It was a great experience. I really, I will always support the idea of outdoor education and having that experience because in our plastic world, we are alienated from nature.
Thank you, Mr. Mordecai. Any other speakers? At this time, we're going to move on to public comment on non-agenda items. This is noticed for 7:30 or soon thereafter. Ms. Floyd, are there public speakers for this item?
Yes, Isaac Koss Reed, Adriana Morales, Daisy Padilla, Maria Vicente, Jim Mordecai, Ben Tapscott.
Thank you. Please come forward.
Good afternoon. My name is Daisy Padilla. I am a One Oakland leader. I am an East Oakland native and alumni and community organizer with Go Public Schools. I want to recognize that I know much of our community is advocating for better funding and education for our students at the state level. I'm here today to advocate at a local level. The Community of Schools plan continues to resonate with the One Oakland values. We feel heard as you lead with quality. The citywide plan is courageous, comprehensive, and outlines a shared quality framework in nearly every section. The plan values partnership over competition, proactive innovation over passive response crisis, continuous improvement over punitive consequences, and long-term fiscal sustainability over short-term fixes, even though we're in the midst of ongoing financial challenges. Thank you, Superintendent Trammell Johnson, for holding up these values, more specifically in the most recent email where you clarify misconceptions and ask the community to put students first and the need for collaboration to find better solutions together. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hola, buenas tardes. Me llamo María Vicente. Soy líder de One Oakland y también soy tía de un estudiante de Emerson. Me da gusto que el distrito nos oyó y ha movido a los líderes de distrito y charter para que hablen sobre una medida calidad para las escuelas de Oakland. Esta medida asegura un proceso justo para las escuelas del distrito charter para cuando tenga que hacer decisiones grandes, ya sean del blueprint, renovaciones y otras. Gracias a los líderes del distrito por liderar este trabajo de llegar a un acuerdo. También gracias por su esfuerzo en involucrar y escuchar a una parte de nuestra diversa comunidad. Espero que continúe a mantener a la comunidad en mente y nos siga involucrando. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hola, me llamo Adriana Morales, soy madre líder de One Oakland y mamá de un niño en Midwest y otro en Chief Academy. Entiendo que el distrito está trabajando con el plan, pero necesitamos actualizaciones regulares para que sigamos al corriente de los mejoramientos y los cambios. Por lo mismo, necesitamos que cualquier presentación sobre las estrategias del plan sean conectadas. Sabemos que el plan es complejo, pero la comunidad debe de saber cómo se conecta una estrategia con otra. Si la comunidad está informada con más facilidad, entendemos y apoyamos los cambios. Gracias.
Evening, everybody. Isaac Koss Reed, Cleveland parent and also proud member of One Oakland. I wanted to say a few positive things tonight. I thought that was just amazing from the students, by the way. So that's kudos to the leadership of our community and our schools that we're producing leaders like that. So incredible to see. The leadership voice from Kyla on Prop 39 and really speaking to what it means to be part of community schools, incredible to see. The passion today in Sacramento for the more funding that we need, incredible to see. Also, what we understand is going on around the development of a shared definition of quality, so fundamental to One Oakland. There can be no one community of schools, community of quality schools, without a shared definition of quality that we can hold ourselves accountable to. And I would just say that Oakland's been a leader on developing that for years. And so I really hope that we can not spend too much time redeveloping and redeveloping. Sometimes I think we rehash some of our best ideas. Let's put into practice a comprehensive framework that we know we have there, and then act upon it. Really make the tough decisions. Be the first generation to really make the tough decisions around becoming a community of quality schools. And it's not just in the realm of like shared quality and operations, also facilities. I just have to say personally, as a neighbor of this site, as a business owner in this facility, property owner in this facility, in this city, I feel it is so long overdue that we deal with things like the building across the street, that we deal with things like all that's going to be taken up by the 7-Eleven committee. We've done a 7-Eleven committee before. It came forward with recommendations. Like, there is so much good thought and energy that has been poured into this district. Let's act upon some of that and really make these tough decisions. That's all. Thank you so much. And then kudos to Director Torres for her appointment to a very important state-level committee. Congratulations. Look forward to working together on that.
Thank you. Next speaker. Mr. Mordecai, were you going to speak?
Hey, Jim Mordecai speaking. As an individual, I want to talk about the audit that was done of the Measure J. Well, I think it was A, B, and J was the audit. And it says for improvement, the district's currently paying rent for space at 1000 Broadway to house its administration, totaling $3,472, 831 cents. $831. That's $3,472,831 in the current year due to the flooding that occurred in fiscal year 2013. The bond language does not specifically address administration rental charges as allowable. So, what this clever administration has done is that you have focused on opening a new administration building and moving it from across the street, which this board already approved. And this is about, right now, just taking care of what's in front of you. What's in front of you, how are you going to pay the $3 million rental when all your friends jack up the rent every time, bus services, housing services, you're getting messed over. Anyhow, how are you going to pay that? You have to take it out of the budget. So you go to the budget, and where's the money? 2012. You got left $200 million. $200 million. Measure J. Why don't you take it out of Measure J? Well, Proposition 39 says you had to have and told the electorate the projects that you were going to spend the money on. Now you're making up projects. And every chance you get, you find a way to charge it against Measure J.
Thank you, Mr. Mordecai.
You're going to get caught doing that, and that's only going to last so long, and that's going to bite you.
I still can't figure out how the board let Antoine leave us $33 million in the hole. We still have lead at MAC. I have a report here from May 16th where there is water in the gym, 15 points per billion, and the hallways less than 14%. And I brought this to the board's attention 2016. Why haven't we solved the lead at the school? Some of the district office people said, we're not going to spend $90 million repiping McClymonds. Well, I guess they're not. The fact that we still have that problem, and I bet we have it in other schools. The other thing I had was Prop 39. The board needs to stop lying about Prop 39. The Board of Education claims that it must offer space within the district to charter schools because the law, Prop 39, requires that. That is a flat-out lie. It says that the school board must offer space that is equitable inside the school district. It also goes on to say that they are to provide space somewhere within the district, but not co-located in functioning schools. It doesn't say you can go in and take over a school. The law says that. You need to read it. If you want space, go out to 73rd Avenue and all adult ed site. There's plenty of room there. Why don't we co-locate with charter schools if you want to Every time we replace a public school with a charter school, we are promoting discrimination and segregation. Schools that were integrated before that turned out to be primarily white. And you can look at your numbers on the Board of Education in Sacramento, and it will show you that.
Thank you.
The last thing I have down here is we want our AP. I know, Amy. I'm running off.
Okay. Okay. We are on the general consent report on page 11. Is there a motion to adopt the general consent report minus P26?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Vice President London, seconded by Director Hinton Hodge. Was there any questions or comments on these items in the consent report? We'll take public comment on the general consent report.
We have two speakers, Jim Mordecai, Sharon Rose.
Just speak into it, it'll turn on.
A general comment about the consent calendar and one specific comment. So my general comment is that there's an enormous amount of outsourcing in here, enormous amount. And I think that this board should do a much more thorough analysis of exactly what money is being spent on outsourcing and what might be able to be done in-house instead. And I would like to just give a specific example. So I read through all of this, and I noticed that on page 37, P46, $1,000 for the adult school to make some statistical reports that are required by the state. Well, that's really interesting to me as a former adult teacher. So the adult school has 3 administrators for 19 teachers, and not all of those teachers are full-time. So I know it's only $1,000. The point is that you don't have to outsource that. So one of those 3 administrators can fill out those forms that have to go to the state. I've looked at the forms. They're pretty simple. The data is there, and you don't need to pay an outside person to do it. Because a lot of them are, those administrators sitting around doing nothing. I think that in general, I would say that this board should pay a lot more attention to what's going on in the adult education part of this district. None of you have really paid attention to it.
Thank you. Mr. Mordecai, did you want to speak on the consent report? We're on the consent report? The consent report.
As an individual, on page 60, caught my eye was P89, exemptions to the separation from service requirement, retired teachers, California State Teachers Retirement System. And it says, it has a list of names, a district retired member of the California State Retirement System. What does this mean? And why are these people? They separated from service in terms of requirement. Is there some type of state law you're trying to let them go around so that you can continue to employ them? Give me something, more information as what I'm seeking. Okay, I think I had another one. I don't. So anyhow, it would be helpful. I know you don't want to go back and forth in answering, but maybe somebody could explain that further. It just doesn't tell me anything.
Through the chair.
Thank you, Mr. Mordecai. Director Hinton Hodge.
Yeah, I apologize. Reading is fundamental. I thought that this was going to be an item that was actually like a part of new business, and it's because I always make this assumption that like we have a process where we're a little bit more transparent, especially talking about like controversial issues or issues that are really important. So P100 I would have pulled, and it's fine. But this is one of those moments when I'm going, I don't, like, when did this assignment happen? Who got vetted around whether or not they were interested in being on the board? I see two people that are clearly, like, have a reputation and an ideology of being anti-charter, and then maybe a neutral person. I'm not really sure. So, and I get that I'm not really sure. And so I'm pretty much living in the 6-to-1 world. I get that. But again, when we, I don't have to politically be aligned with you or ideologically be aligned with you, but there is an issue of fairness. And there is an issue of, like, how do things get heard inside this district? So we're starting something new that's around charters. I know that the tenor of some of this is not a glass half full. This is very much about a glass that's, like, half empty. There's people that ideologically and philosophically do not believe that kids in Oakland charter schools are their responsibility. So, there's a punitive nature that was brought up around, it was going after a particular charter school, which is why we felt like this policy was really important to use and pull out. So I just want to be really clear and transparent about the bias that exists, and then, but then it gets stuck into a consent agenda calendar where there's no real conversation around any of that that's going on. And once again, like, no conversations with the charter community. If you're about to put people on their boards, like, they probably should know that this vote and whoever's representing from our board are going to be the people that are going to be negotiating and kind of working in that realm. So I once again, I'm astonished at the lack of transparency that happens around this, in particular around this issue, but just in general, the tenor of this board. It's coming up around the bond issues. It's coming up around a lot of things. And so I just want to be really clear that I see you, and I see leadership that is pretty much has moved in a direction that it's like, if I can get away with stuff, I will get away with things. And it's not. I just want to really be really clear that I'm not at all supportive of it. It's not pulled, and so I obviously I'm going to vote on the general consent calendar and move it, but that ain't right.
Director Torres?
Yes. So I just want to make a few comments as well, and not pull a numerous amount of items, but as we work to reorganize Central, as we work to be less top heavy, and as we do all of this change, what I'm concerned about is something I'm seeing that I haven't seen in the 7 years as dramatically, which is the amount of money going to Oakland Public Ed Fund as opposed to work being done in-house. So are we saying we're going to realign and reduce Central, but then we're just going to keep giving all this other money that would have been positions in our district to the Oakland Ed Fund? $27,000 to manage the Link Learning Department, $10,000 to manage X department, $10,000. So it starts adding up, and it's probably in the millions, and that might be a few positions within the district. And so I just find this to be somewhat alarming. The other question I had, so that's one thing I would like to get a more detailed report from the superintendent at some point, all the work that's going on by the Oakland Public Ed Fund with a breakdown line item of the money. And then the other issue I had a question about, which I struggled to read the item because it's extremely long, and it's also something I don't think that we've had a whole lot of explanation about how it really works, and I'll be able to ask some folks that I think might be able to answer, which is the E-rate contract. The E-rate contract and what is federal dollars, and my concern would be, like, are we going to potentially see a change? So we need to brace for that, with this president being rather difficult and unpredictable, at best unpredictable. And so are we going to see a change in the dollars? It's millions of dollars for technology services, but what is identified as potentially coming in the future, so we can brace ourselves is what I'm basically trying to say, because we have so much worry about PERS and STIRS, but there's a lot of things. And when I saw that and I tried to read up on it, it's not something I've been able to really understand fully being on this board, but there's a lot of money at stake.
Thank you, Director Torres. If I may, if some of the answers can come offline, I'd appreciate it, because this is a consent calendar. That'd be great. Okay, at this time, let's go ahead and vote on the general consent report minus P26. Mr.
Seychelles, go ahead.
Seychelles.
On the roll call to adopt the general consent report minus P26 as stated. Student Director Omosoho. Director Hayden Hodge. Director Hayden Hodge.
Yes.
Director Harris. Director Torres.
Yes.
Vice President London.
Yes.
President E.
Yes.
Motion is adopted.
Thank you. We'll now go to item P26. Director Harris, we'll turn this over to you.
Y'all got me tripping up here. Okay. Director Hodge, I would say.
Sorry, is there a motion to adopt?
I'll make a motion to adopt P26.
We're not.
P26, moved by Vice President London. Is there a second? I will second it. Director Harris.
So I would just say, you know me, I'm James Harris. As Kevin Durant said, you know me, I'm Kevin Durant. You know me, I'm James Harris. So I hope you haven't forgotten that. But we're talking about this. We're talking about this. So the reason for pulling this is this is a big shift. I had a chance to speak with the superintendent. I think every board member had a chance to speak with the superintendent and appreciate the everyone is always saying, elevate from within, be innovative in your practice, and I think this reflects that. But I wanted to lift it up so that the public could be fully aware of the transition you're proposing here. And really, just my first question is, in reading the description, a lot of it seems like largely an HR function, employee support. Just what I'm reading in the description. But I hear you talk about it as kind of like a COO plus. So could you speak a little bit to the HR functions and then how, this will serve the role as, it sounds like it's kind of the senior business officer and I'm not even going to continue to speculate on what it is, but I think it would be great to offer the board and the community a sense of, okay, what is it? What do you see the day-to-day functions being? How is it a balance of the senior business officer and chief operating officer, if that is in fact it? And then how do you see this feeding into your overall vision for where we're headed? Being down, as you talked about, in the fiscal department. And what I didn't read here was about the, who will this person have purview over the budget, over facilities? How will those things play together? I can kind of give those to you again if it doesn't make sense.
Sure. So I'll start with the drivers, which I talked about in kind of the first update, and I'll be getting into that a little later in the central office redesign, in terms of us getting to having more quality in our schools. And so thinking about having student-centered learning environments and how every department is thinking about that as their ultimate goal of their day-to-day work. thinking about the power of harnessing teams and really building structures and processes and capacity building within departments and across departments, being a driver, thinking about the importance of customer service and thriving systems. So in thinking about those being the drivers to lead our central office redesign process, having someone who's thinking about a vision for that, for business and operations, and working in partnership with the chief academic officer. And so again, kind of coming back to the reports, a lot of our breakdowns is really almost anything we do at a systems level requires coordination, communication, and clear processes and systems. So we've been talking a lot about our move to escape. There is a deep need and things that we're doing now where we have to create new systems of how we've done budget development, management, everything to align to this system. And so really beginning to think about a vision for training everybody, a vision for what those new processes will look like. When we had WestEd in here last year, there was the data around, we still have a lot of our budget development processes that are based on when we first brought RBB into the district, which was when I was a principal. So that was a decade ago. But we haven't kind of improved and revised our systems. And we have lots of examples of that create inefficiencies, that create the need for more staff than possibly we need, and create more workload, right? I mean, we have people in the system having to work a lot harder than we need to on any given day. You have folks, particularly during peak times for fiscal, that are here till 9, 10, 11 o'clock at night. That's not good in terms of retention and morale. And so really thinking about we need a vision for that, and that's a lot of what's causing us not to be as efficient and effective. And so leading that work across the business and operations department in relationship with the chief financial officer, who is going to work with and side by side the chief service officer, and the chief financial officer will continue to report to me as well. For right now, given the heavy load of our facilities department, it's not a regular time where it's just about managing buildings. We have a 7-Eleven committee. We have a new bond we're trying to go after. We are trying to get our old bond back on track. We have a lot through the citywide plan in terms of thinking more strategically about the use of facilities, Prop 39, Prop 51, and so that's a lot of strategic work where I need day-to-day contact with the facilities, head of facilities. However, we need better coordination between that person and the chief service officer when we think about the relationships of custodial services and buildings and grounds, and how to make sure those resources and services are continuing to improve at the school. And so a lot of that gets back to less management oversight, but really working together in terms of how do we have better systems improvements when there's breakdown in service. So if that provides you some clarity.
So, I mean, would you see his role, or is Preston's role, is it largely coaching and support? Is it, so for example, you have the facilities director and you have yourself, and how does that team then make the facilities space more efficient? Or you mentioned custodial and service. How does that collaboration happen? And so you have this new role coming. Is it a matter of his presence there, being a chief communicator between the parties? How does it work? Because you've listed off an incredible body of work for Preston to cover. So I'm trying to get some sense of, okay, so like what's day one like for him, and like what are going to be the key things that he's leaning in on initially? What do you?
Well, I would say part of the one, I'm happy to share the job description so you can actually see specifically. Yeah, so I'm happy to share the job description so you can kind of see specifically which specific units our management and like the specific kind of bodies of work. I would say the first 30, 60, 90 day work, because even though it's a new person, it's a person that's within the system, but in a new position. And so doing more listening and making sure there's a clear understanding of what's going well, what's not going well. So that's a huge part of the work plan in terms of the first 30, 60, 90-day plan. Other kind of immediate needs, which he is already on, is working with the county in terms of the recruitment for an interim CFO. That work is taking place now, thinking about the setting up for the school year. We're ending this school year, but already planning for the opening of next school year. So those are just some immediate concrete tasks.
And last question. This is one obviously I'm interested in. Will you, so there's a 30, 60, 90, we break in 40 days. What will he be a part of our updates going forward, our first retreat in August? Like, when will we get a sense, kind of, okay, the initial assessment period is over, kind of, okay, what have we learned? And then how will that then fold into the work plan, or all things I think we have an opportunity to talk about as we do that development work in June. But how do you see kind of, okay, if this is the initial listening period over the summer, then in August, September, can we start to hear, okay, what are the exact concrete steps that will be taken every day to kind of begin the systems improvement work?
Well, I think even as early as the next board meeting, just a brief update for you to be able to hear some of the initial and emerging vision around the position and the work that needs to be done. That's something that we can do. So we don't have to necessarily wait for the 30, 60, 90. Even though those dates were set before the appointment, the hopes is that schedules align so that he's able to participate in the board retreat on June 23rd. And he's actually interested in putting together a retreat for the board. And we talked about specifically getting your feedback around, we passed a GFOA policy 2 years ago, and beginning to think now around how we want to build the budget development process. So those are some immediate things that we can have in place.
Other questions? Vice President London.
I just want to say that I believe that this focus on systems is really important. It's been a little bit hidden, but several years ago, the high school network started using the alignment model coming out of Nashville, and I think that it's my sense, I haven't had a formal report on it, but it's my sense that that has contributed greatly to the success that we see in the high school network. We see that happening. If you notice on our consent agenda, that our community schools department now has all of the different nonprofit groups coming in, even the ones who are volunteering in our schools, and they're registering with us. And that's a system, right? And that's a way for us to direct people back into the system instead of this one-off, do you know a board member who can help you get a contract or an agreement at your school? And so I've been really happy about that. We haven't talked about it. It's just something I've observed. And I am really interested and excited about the opportunity to see that kind of systems approach to what we're doing be really integrated in the core functions of the district, particularly around HR, facilities, and the budget and money.
Vice President Hinhon, do you want?
Yeah. Thank you, Superintendent, for the work. I feel like I want to speak to the colleagues, because this feels super uncomfortable, right? Because it's that always for me, you know, that line, right? That thin line around, like, this is a management decision. This lives kind of in her bubble, and what she feels like she needs. But what I would say to us, and you know, to the extent that, like, I feel like fiscal vitality and the budget and a lot of shifts and changes inside the organization, I think I want to really talk, maybe when we get to the retreat, to talk about, you know, the work plan, because I think what is uncomfortable for me is I don't understand the larger picture, or I need to know, it's just maybe again my learning process a little bit, is that I need to see a larger picture around this. I remember when this position was created. I'm kind of attached to the, you know, the person, And that's not good, right? Like, you really should understand roles and functions more than who the person is. And so again, that's where it's a little uncomfortable sitting in this space, kind of having this discussion. Because I would want to contend that if I looked at that position 5 years ago, if I look at it now, there are some functions that I can't look at the resume, right? Like, it's not my job to look at this person's resume. But I need to trust that, right? Like, that we're putting the right talent in these spaces. And so again, for me to stay out of that lane, I think a conversation with us around the restructuring, but really even back to maybe some strategic planning work for 2025. Somewhere in this is it's important to me. When we talk about the drivers, like, I'm a little bit lost around, kind of where race equity shows up. These issues around, like, just the work. So I'm obviously going to support it, but there's something in this that fundamentally doesn't feel like this is the direction of organizational development. Like, I feel like I want to sit in my lane and explore this a little bit more with you all around what are the best practices around that. How do you align, talent with these job functions in some kind of way, and support the superintendent to obviously do that particular work. And I really apologize. There was one more thing that I had. Yeah, like, I think seeing systems change work, that was a thing. I don't know what that looks like inside this organization. I don't think very well. I can't remember it. I hope I will remember it before we end.
Thank you. Public comment on this item, P26?
There are none.
Okay. Mr. Seychow, am I calling on Mr. Seychow? Mr. Seychow, I think we're ready for roll call.
On the motion to adopt 19-0819, Director Harris. Yes. Director Hayden Hodge.
Abstain.
Director Torres.
Yes.
Vice President London.
Yes.
President Ng.
Yes.
Motion is adopted.
Thank you. We are on to unfinished business. So we are on page 68 to 69. Is there a motion to adopt the ongoing emergency, authorizing a budget for emergency abatement for the sewage line breakage at Community Day School?
So moved.
Item S1, moved by Director Torres, seconded by Director Hinton Hodge. I do have confirmation this contract will be on the next agenda, so this is the last time we will be seeing this.
Okay, you said that last time.
I know. We said that there was some delays. There was some delays with some of the transition that we've had internally, but I have had confirmation that we will be getting this on the next agenda. So, is there any public comment on this?
There are none.
Okay, Mr. Seychow, we're ready for a roll call on item S1.
On the motion to adopt S1, Director Hayden Hodge.
Yes.
Director Harris. Director Torres.
Yes.
Vice President London.
Yes.
President Ng.
Yes.
Motion failed.
This was an item that required 4/5.
Six A's.
Okay. So item S2. So that means we will be out of compliance for the next couple weeks due to our attendance. Item S2 was pulled from this agenda. We are now on item S3, which is the second report. We were told we were going to get monthly updates on the central office redesign. So for that, I will turn it over to Superintendent Johnson-Schmelt to present on item S3.
Good evening, Board of Directors and community. This presentation serves as my second update on the district's progress with the central office redesign for the 1920 school year. As we face our deeply rooted, longstanding challenges as a school district head on, we must not let the current circumstances and difficult decisions we make now diminish our overall commitment to our vision and mission. In the eye of the storm, we must still be vision keepers and maintain an intense focus on what we ultimately want to be true for all of our students. To be thriving young adults who are prepared for college, career, and community success by building and developing quality and sustainable schools in every neighborhood. Creating a high-performing central office that meets the needs of our school sites is one of the necessary conditions to deliver on our promise of creating quality schools in every neighborhood. Our mission and vision, theory of action, and district priorities collectively provide a roadmap for the work around redesigning our central office. But I want to pause for a moment and make a clarifying point based on our last discussion in April around the theory of action. I want to kind of follow up on some of the board questions around why the theory of action around the drivers, and simply underscore that we do have a governance theory of action, which is a part of how we're thinking about this work. You'll see some of our board policies that are driving some of our district priorities, and that are 4 drivers, which I shared with the board last board meeting: student-centered learning environment, harnessing the power of teams, enhancing customer service, and creating thriving systems, serves as a theory of action at the organizational level to guide what we need to do around restructuring and overall performance improvement. So we have our governance theory of action, which should be guiding the policies that we create. And I think back to Director Hodge, your point in terms of our board retreat, I do think there's a need when you look at all of these different policies for us to get clear around what is it we're trying to drive towards for 2025. And then those policies then should align to or cascade down to our theory of action and how we're thinking about the improvements for central office. And if you go a step further, every department, based on their work, then has a theory of action about how they carry out their work. What's the theory of action around improving payroll? What's the theory of action around improving the Office of Equity? And then you go to the school sites, and they have their own theory of action around their program. Right, so they're just at different grain size, and the drivers are really around us thinking about what are our best assumptions around how to improve the quality of central office. So again, just pointing out some of the factors that place us at a point in time now to think about central office redesign, which I discussed before. And just reminding us of the steps of our redesign process. And it is a term I mentioned last time that we throw around. It means different things to different people, and that it's much more than just creating a new organizational charts. Some of it is about eliminating some departments, merging departments, but it's not just about changing the names. It's about thinking about unpacking our longstanding organizational culture challenges and developing a long-term solution to improve how we operate and, quite frankly, how we are in relationship with one another to create the conditions necessary to make the systems improvements. So this is just the timeline that I discussed last time. We have, since our last update, held more conversations and engagement with stakeholders, and I want to share some of the feedback from that. These conversations have been very helpful in developing our thinking about the what, which is specific central services that are desired, and the how, what to take into consideration when improving the delivery of services. So based on conversations during this month, we are now reviewing and analyzing the feedback we've received about central office services to guide our planning for next year. So there were about 6 key themes that emerged from many of these conversations in April and May, which were thinking about the importance of improving alignment and clarity of what different offices do, thinking about professional development and curriculum, particularly around professional development, how we do a better job allowing different sites to share best practices among one another, and some concrete things such as ensuring that teachers have all the materials that they need. Systems improvement came up as a big trend, highlighting critical resources that stakeholders felt are needed. Mental health services came up a lot. New teacher supports was mentioned a lot. Accountability for performance and customer service, and improving structures to allow stakeholders to provide ongoing feedback about what's working and what's not working. During this month, our conversations were based on our current configuration of central office, which you'll see in this slide. They're the 4 divisions, and within each division, the different units and departments that are listed there. As I mentioned earlier, one critical component of the central office process is thinking through and making decisions about the location of units and departments, as well as identifying where there needs to be tighter alignment between units and departments. So one example of this is state and federal, which sits in fiscal, but regardless of where that unit ends up sitting, what we've seen in terms of some of the feedback is the need to have greater coherence between fiscal, state and federal, and our LCAP management, and particularly greater alignment around strategic spending down of all programmatic resources. Federal dollars, our LCAP dollars, supplemental and concentration, as well as our local measures and grants. And so with that, it's not just important to think about the location of that particular unit, but also what are going to be some of the processes and structures so that we have greater collaboration between all the staff that touch all 3 of those particular units. So I'm going to go into just sharing some highlights of some of the feedback from stakeholders. This isn't all encompassing, it's just lifting up what are some of the key areas of work for next year, key areas in terms of restructuring that we need to pay attention to, and just some examples of key central services based on some of the feedback. So for our LCAP, as we go into next year, we will be at the strategic planning process for the LCAP every 3 years. We have to kind of think about what's our 3-year focus for improving the quality of student achievement in our school. So that's going to be a huge lift for all of our units that are under our academic division, which besides academics includes our schools, community student services as well, to name a few. Finalizing and beginning to implement our defined autonomies framework is another key area of work, as well as thinking about our instructional focus for our schools. That was an area where we heard a lot of feedback from our sites around needing to be clearer around, where are we placing our big bets. And so what the academic team has done is begin to develop a small district leadership team of some principals, a PAR teacher, and some other teachers as well, to get feedback from them in terms of how can we make the document cleaner and clear around where schools should be focusing their efforts. You'll see next just some key areas where we need to think about restructuring. I mentioned the LCAP office and state and federal, but also thinking about how we have more coherence and tighter alignment between the units within academics and equity. And I'll be sharing some of the thinking that we've already started to do in that area, as well as both our parent family engagement specialist and our staff that really do more of community engagement and work with our parents in terms of policy. Even though that work is slightly different, we know we need to have greater coherence around all of our staffing that are working with our parents, so that everyone knows what's going on, even though they may be focusing with parents on different grain size policy, thinking about the creation of the LCAP versus working specifically with individual parents in different school sites. At the bottom, these are some of the recommendations in terms of what we need to be thinking about. paying attention to the number of new teachers we have and getting clear on what are some of those foundational practices for teachers to be successful. So thinking about the importance of implicit bias training, teaching teachers about standards, teaching teachers about how to build relationships with teachers. There was a lot of feedback about let's get really clear and back to the basics, if you will, around some of these foundational practices that we want our teachers to have based on what students are saying they need for them to actually be successful. I mentioned the piece about the professional learning and really structures to allow principals and other staff to learn more from each other. If a particular staff is doing a really good job in a particular area, how can we create more structures for other schools to know exactly where to go, who to talk to, and be able to learn from one another? And again, just another example of mental health services and knowing that some of our district funding may be limited, thinking about how we're continuing to build our partnerships with the county. So this is in the Division of Operations, and you will see some of the examples of this work from improving processes for onboarding, thinking about how we're improving accountability and services around our schools, enrollment process. I'm thinking about the implementation of our escape system. And as we talked about with the position earlier, developing an overall central office continuous improvement framework. So definitely just thinking about the shift in the overall leader of the business and operations division, and thinking about the shifts of that work is one key and major area of restructuring and socializing that change, doing the listening around that change and beginning to build those systems. You'll see at the bottom some of the key services that have been lifted up in terms of where our stakeholders are wanting us to double down. We are in only our second year, starting next year, around Escape. It is still a very, very new system. And so really focusing on a multi-year plan around training for Escape is very huge in terms of the success of that system. And so that's a major piece as well. Transportation just came up as another example of a key service that we obviously need to maintain. This just gives you a breakdown in terms of our fiscal roles and responsibilities. So really improving and clarifying the budget development process, improving engagement around that. We've heard that a lot within board meetings. We've really received a lot of feedback from our PSAC meetings, as well as other constituents as well. Thinking about improving systems and processes around payroll and procurement specifically around our contracts process, and continuing to implement some of the key deliverables outlined in our Fiscal Vitality plan. In terms of key areas of restructuring, you'll see those as well, and some of our key central services to sites. And district-wide strategy, I'm thinking about the implementation of the citywide plan, continuing to seek non-traditional paths for revenue generation, continuing the implementation of the central office redesign. So as I mentioned earlier, even once we have the new org structure, the big body of work is really thinking about the mindset shifts and how we're building the capacity across the different units, which is beyond just 1 year's work. It's one of the reasons that I've really talked about our district priority being organizational resilience, because that is strategic work to think about how we bring continuous improvement as the way we operate across our units and across our departments. I want to mention that one of our key areas of work with the LCAP is really thinking about how we are going to exit. What is our plan over the next 3 to 4 years to exit differentiated assistance, which means that we would be making significant progress with all of our subgroups. And again, thinking about some of the key areas for restructuring, academics and equity, and really thinking about the role of our charter office in relationship to our citywide plan, and moving away from just compliance to thinking about monitoring the quality of our programs and more partnership between our charter office and our facilities department as well when we think about some of our key bodies of work in the citywide plan. And you'll see at the bottom some of the concrete services. The piece around being able to know specifically who is in central office, what is it that they do, and clarifying some of that communication. Again, seems like a small thing, but that was something that came up a lot when we met with stakeholders. So this just gives you a taste of some of the engagements that have taken place in May. And just a reminder of how we're using this feedback. And here's the upcoming work in June. I intend to bring forth some draft organizational charts toward the end of June. Also, just some of the initial thinking around some of our leadership structures and cross-divisional teams. So these are things that we'll be bringing forth in the next month. Next month is June already. All right, so open for questions, comments.
Great. Questions from the board. Director Harris.
Oh, I'm on fire tonight. No, okay, this is good. So the lead question I kind of have a little chart going on over here. Wanting to start thinking about how this work aligns with our budget and LCAP, right? So this is all, I think, good work, but if we don't start to identify it as investments against expenditures, right? So expenditures are those things that we have to pay for, and then the investments are based, not the bets you're making, but the investments we're making in concepts and things that we think accelerate student achievement, right? So from the central office, what are those things that we're saying, this is what we're gonna do differently? We identified this as an investment, something we're doing differently than this year, and we're then going to track that and see how that actually drives student outcomes and student achievement. So I'm looking at the CSSO position as an investment, right? This is something different than we have done. So this investment is going to lead to what outcomes for students? How does that then get articulated on the LCAP? And then how do we see it as a line item on the budget, right? So I think that won't all happen because it sounds like this work is, will end before, or will kind of be in motion, but as we adopt a budget. But I think, starting next meeting, we are going to need to see some, I'm interested in seeing some alignment in the investments, the expenditures, the LCAP, and the central office redesign work as it's related to driving student outcomes. And so I think it's important to finish the sentence with, what is this doing to drive student outcomes? Because that's really all that matters, right? So we can create new org charts, we can do all these new things, but if that then doesn't land in a classroom and you can't see the through line on the LCAP, then we're missing something. So I think it's important to start to think about the work that way, and as you continue to massage this work, and bring it forward, I think that is important to do. You answered my question about the org chart. Just for me, I'm a visual person, so it's helpful to see, okay, now how do the new players, how do existing job positions show up, and how does the system flow? And then the org chart, I think itself needs to be complete with, this is how outcomes for students get better as a result of this revised org chart. And then I saw you nodding as Director Hinton Hodge talked about a strategic plan 2025. Is this something that you are interested in beginning to sunshine over the next couple of months? A strategic plan that begins to not only articulate a central office vision, but a vision for the entire district. And, kind of to what Director Hinton Hodge was saying in terms of the last position we talked about, I think that is tremendously helpful to see it all as you see it and your vision for the district. So is this related to a new strategic plan? Is that something that we can begin to work on as we look at the work plan for next year? So those are my candid thoughts. I guess more of a pointed question at the end there about the strategic plan 2025.
Well, the hope is that our retreat is actually a kickoff of that discussion, so that we are first really getting clear from a policy level, what is our vision in terms of what it is that we want, because I think that is important, that there's clear alignment, right? I could be gone tomorrow and there's a new superintendent, but it needs to be clear, whatever new superintendent may come in, and I'm just speaking hypothetically, that the policy level is clear. And I think a lot of what we're seeing as we lay these things out is, well, what are the connections between the work we need to do around finances, between the citywide plan, between quality school development, between strategic resources to schools, that's Board Policy 3150, our equity policy, school governance, and then there's the LCAP. So I think there's an opportunity at the board retreat to start thinking about this and how we have some coherent, clear, simple language. And between starting the strategic plan process next year, since our current strategic plan is going to sunset in 2020, and we need to develop a new LCAP, that those aren't two separate strategic planning processes, but we're seeing how they connect. Because ultimately, as you mentioned, everything we're doing, why is thinking strategically around the finances important? We can kind of draw connections, if you will, between if we can pay teachers on time, that improves their working conditions. That's one of the things they say that makes them want to leave. We can actually have metrics on, are we having less errors in terms of people's paychecks? Are we paying people in terms of extended contracts correctly? So we can develop metrics for the improvement of that particular unit and drive that towards, are we seeing that as a reason why our retention rate is going up, that people are feeling like some of the basic needs they're getting met in a more efficient and effective way, right? So being able to think about the connection between some of the pieces that may not show up in the LCAP as a leading indicator, but we know it's a basic condition for our people to be able to do the work. So yes, I think we are at that point to be thinking about the strategic plan, but I think it starts with us having a conversation of looking at our policies and what do we see as the connection there as a kind of North Star, like high policy North Star, to then lead the vision for the implementation.
Great. Thank you. Director Torres.
Thank you. On page, I think it's page 3, there's 6 goals, and I guess one of my questions was, in regard to, say, in regard to goal number 5, for instance, yes, that's correct, thank you. So I see the bold of provide central services to school sites and do few things better. It almost makes me think the rest of that would be thereby creating updated central office org charts, roles, and responsibilities. I almost see like you could collapse those. And then what I'm wondering is, by creating this updated chart, roles, responsibilities, do we have, what happens if we don't have the right people here? And so I just want to, I'm hoping we have the right people, or we're going to be able to track the right people as things might change drastically. And so that's one thing that jumps out at me is, this won't be so easy maybe to work with who we already have, right? And we want to, when I look at the appendix, we talk about attracting more diversity. Our big issue is retention of people. And I know this is what's going to lead to that. And then on number 6, it says, ongoing implementation, accountability structures. So I definitely, like I asked the students at All City Council, what are the measurables and how long to get to the success of what happens in 4 and 5. I mean, in the fact that it might be a very big lift, is this going to take 2 school year periods? Do you have an idea of how long it will take to see a difference and feel? And I think that the success would be retention. The success of students increasing in their performance and graduating and all of that, A through G, definitely. But definitely retention to me just always sticks out because it's affecting us at all levels, whether it's teachers, special ed, principals. So I just want to call that out. We attract, we don't keep. The other area that I was looking at that in regard to, the word stakeholders, and it's in here again in the appendix or maybe in the thing about the May meetings, April meetings. You had principals, teachers, students, parents, community partners, central staff. I would be curious to know, since the first one is straightforward, that's page 11, it says on 5/17, all principals got feedback. Teachers, it doesn't say how many. Students, doesn't say how many. Parents, doesn't say how many. I'd be curious to know what stakeholders are informing the rest of your report, because how feedback is informing the work, but I don't know who all showed up. 5 people, bilingual people, monolingual people, economically diverse people, or just, or who. And I see the June 26, I see that there's going to be more feedback to be given, and that's where I was thinking, if there are people missing from that description of stakeholders, how will we go forward and get more input? Because I think, as I've been up here 7 years, it's always been about, it's very hard to get in the room to give feedback, or people scratch their head like, who were those people that gave feedback? Because I wanted to be there and I wasn't asked and I wasn't allowed and this and that. And so I just wanted to get a little bit more information about who these stakeholders are and where you might see some blind spots of needing more input in a more cross-section, diverse group of people. Because I think all city council, as Director Harris said, the fact that they got so deep into budget, to me this is like an overlay for this. What you're showing us and what they showed us, those students are extremely bright.
So, Director Torres, what do you want feedback on? You asked a lot of questions.
I think that I did.
Just
and so I
prioritize
want
what you
feedback
want
on all of it, but if anything is off the cuff as far as who the stakeholders, I'd say that would be the number one thing I'd want to know, if possible right now.
Superintendent Dr. Terrell, can you share a little bit more about the types of stakeholders?
So I'm happy to actually provide you in writing so you can see for all the different engagements that we've had. And on top of that, myself, I've hosted now 8 living room conversations, actually, to get to your point, because a lot of times we tend to see some of the same faces and spaces, and sometimes having these smaller convenings of 15 to 20 people in the homes of parents actually allows for a very different discussion than a town hall meeting. So I'm happy to share with you some of the different engagements, and I think with the conversations, there's always room for more, and being cognizant that there are going to be voices that are missing, and that this isn't about once we get to June 26, okay, we're done, but more back to the need of building those structures for ongoing feedback, because that's the shift around continuous improvement. So we start, we implement something, how well is it working? I would say in terms of the metrics, and I look forward to bringing some of that with the work plan, is we actually do a pretty good job on the academic side because we have our LCAP. We have metrics so that we're able to begin to see, are we making any gains on academics? Back to the need for the chief systems and service officer. What we don't have and what we need to build is metrics on a lot of our back end work, right? So are we seeing, our transportation department, for one, is teeny. They're small but mighty. And the work that team has been able to do over the last 2 to 3 years in terms of decreasing complaints, but really being able to develop metrics so that we can measure on that side as well how well. So that's the work that we have to do. So happy to provide more information to you.
It's almost as if, in regard to our outcomes of our students, we're become more and more successful in spite of ourselves, because we do have all these other issues, right? And so it's an interesting thought with the kind of students we have, that we are successful in spite of our own major woes.
Thank you, Director Torres. Director Hinhaj.
been inside of classrooms, but I was an after-school provider. I did youth development type work, and so I actually kind of identify a lot with the people who live kind of in central office and who work in service to schools. I think what I have concern about, and it showed up in here, is that there tends to be a bias, right, around who, like, there just is inside the organization around, like, people aren't, you know, it's the classified, right? It's the more black and brown, it's the more poor workers, it's and it's not all of that, but there's a temperament that's there and a bias that's there. And I think that and this is again where I can't get in the weeds around this, is like, is there the right talent to kind of interrupt and support that different kind of work? So when I looked at this redesign piece, and this is what I thought, I was like, oh, this is a position that's actually in service to principals, which is a great thing, right? And so if I could have anything, like if this were drafty and we were gonna, you know, I had some responsibility in consulting with you and, you know, again, as us as a team, I would say I'd be cool with like 2/3. You know, it's all about the students. It's all, because we don't have very good instruction, right? I just read off statistics that said that like only 38% of black kids are even getting A to G, right? So you will never have me argue around, right? Like, right? But it cannot be that someone shows up inside of the operations side of the house and is telling them how they need to be in service to schools, as opposed to really supporting them to be solid, you know, administrative assistants, solid IT people, people that are brilliant in their own work, but they don't necessarily do it in front of kids, but whatever they do is in service to kids, right? And so acknowledging and honoring that, I think, would be really important, and it does not show up here, because literally everything says, you know, mental health services to kids, serves to site. So I need a COO that's actually going to look inward and say, do you have the tools that you need, fiscal? Do you have the tools that you need, IT? Do you have, like, are you still doing manual type stuff? And I hear we're going to train you in escape, but I didn't hear PD for them. I heard PD for teachers, but I didn't hear PD for folks that are, again, not maybe always perceived as like the folks that do the work with the kids, right? And this is, I'm saying this, and, you know, I know I'll get slammed of being, you know, maybe being anti-teacher or whatever the case may be. And really what I'm saying is like, I want to be full system. I want to look at this as a full system, and everyone, this equity notion, we're not equal, but there's an equitable way that we need to be kind of looking at who's in it. So if we only have someone that cares about whether or not you're servicing a principal or not, or a teacher or not, that to me is going to, I don't know that that's going to help get you, us, right, to this more broader strategic plan that is about inclusivity, is about like racial equity across the whole darn district, right? Because it's got to go across the whole darn district, right? We got to look at, like, in HR, how do we hire? How do we support? So I love it, but I would say I love that, but I need another, like, half that is totally focused on my classified folks, my folks that are in operations, that run transportation, right? That's what they do, and they do it well. And so how you manage that. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice President London.
There's been a lot covered already, but I think this is exciting work. I'm trying to get a link to some documentaries that the students in the Race, Poverty, and Law pathway at Oakland Tech put together. I was at a screening of these documentaries recently, and they absolutely capture the student experience. The frustration that at Oakland Tech, if you want to get to the Techniclinic, you have to walk, you know, halfway across campus to the back of the campus because it was the first clinic ever built. And there's only 2 examining rooms for 2,000 kids. right, at that school. Plus, they're serving Oakland International and Street Academy at that site. It gets at the fact of, why are the bathrooms so nasty? It gets at, that's the perception of the students. It gets at, I need mental health help. So those documentaries, to me, like, I think it would be, I'm trying to get a public link, as I said, because I want everyone to see them, because I feel like they should guide us in what it is we need to be doing for our students across the board. So I just want to recommend that. A couple of things that I would like to see highlighted in here are, you talked about the supports for new teachers. I can't say it enough. Classroom management. I didn't see that at all in here, and maybe it was implicit, but when I talk to new teachers, I'm not a teacher myself, so I don't want to make too many presumptions, but my experience as a student, as a parent, and then in talking with teachers is that the one thing you really don't get in teacher preparation programs is classroom management, and that it can be daunting. So I feel like that has to be a focus. And the other thing that I'm very interested in seeing us think about as we redesign the central office is pathways, career pathways. If someone wants to be a teacher and they don't necessarily want to go into administration, but they might want to every few years step out of the classroom and then be able to do something different, or become a master teacher or a mentor teacher. I feel like that is going to be another important factor for us in employee retention. What do we do? We're going to see tomorrow night amazing employees, some of whom have been with us for years and years and years. We're going to recognize a principal who, as an elementary school teacher, won a California Distinguished School Award, and now as a middle school principal has led that school also to a Distinguished School Award. How do we keep those, not just that person, but all of our really strong leaders engaged? They might not want to be the superintendent someday. So I'm really curious about how we think creatively in this redesign around not only how do we serve sites better, but how do we use it as a way to give our folks a pathway through.
Thank you, Vice President London. I just had a few comments to tag on, probably echoing a lot of these comments. I appreciate the work, and I appreciate that it's an iterative process that you're building on. I guess for me, just in kind of big picture wise, what I felt like is missing, and this might just be the grain size, because I appreciate that it's getting down to kind of some of the details of what some of the work plan goals were. But I guess for me, just big picture, trying to understand what will be different, what in terms of the experience for school sites, in terms of the systems, like what, besides just being reorganized in a different way, like what's actually what will be substantively different in terms of the experience that school sites have, the experience that staff have, et cetera. I feel like that's not super clear to me, and although I understand that there's different departments that might be shifting, and it sounds like there's a move towards more integration across departments, which I think is great. I think that 3 and 4 here also, in terms of the supports, clarifying the supports to school sites and the relationship between central office and school sites, I think that also, while I appreciate what Director Hodge says around, there is, in terms of core work around operations, that has a role in itself, but in terms of the service delivery side, I think there needs to be still a more articulation around the central office role towards in service delivery to school sites, particularly, and this is where it does tie into our theory of action and board policies of the role of central office in terms of continuous improvement, in terms of retention, and then building up school governance at school sites, and just better understanding that sort of service delivery side. And then, and I know that some of that might come out with the defined autonomy presentation that is going to be at the next meeting. So I'll look forward to that also. And then I appreciate that it talks about doing fewer things better, and that brings me back to, I was kind of in part of what Director Harris was talking about in terms of the student outcomes that are
that are attached to this work. It was bringing me back to some of the a lot of the fiscal vitality conversations in the fall, and leading up to the fiscal vitality resolution that grounded some of this work around central office reorg and highlighting retention, but then also sunsetting initiatives and doing, and so I guess that just brought me to what is the process for us to do fewer things better, and really prioritizing what the big bets are in terms of, we talked a lot about initiative fatigue and how we try to do too much as a district. We can't necessarily afford to do all of that as a district. And so at what point do we have a process around how are we going to narrow and prioritize? And maybe that's the strategic plan process. Let's see here. And, let's see here. I think that's it. I think that I think other folks have covered the other pieces of it, but I appreciate that that you're continuing to build on the work, and I would just love to kind of lean in a little bit more around just what we can expect around what will be different, and some of the articulation around both service delivery and then the prioritization around our initiatives and our work, and how we're going to identify what our big bets are in terms of student level outcomes. Okay, with that, if there is public comment on this item, Ms. Floyd, we can call that at this time.
There are none, Madam.
Mr. Mordecai, go ahead.
Okay, Jim Mordecai speaking as an individual. I'm struck how McAdams' theory of action from one training with the school board many years ago ends up getting incorporated and being used constantly. And when you talk about drivers, the one thing is that 65 years after Brown versus the Board of Education, that's not a driver. Integration is not a driver, is not a commitment of this school board. So I'd be a voice that would speak up for when you start setting up a big frame of how you want to advance in the future, is that you look at that we are a racist society, we are a segregated society, and we are a class-based society. So when you get down to the classroom, that has an impact in how the kids perform on a standardized test. And if you don't address that at all levels, then you're not going to make the type of change that you want to make. And one of the things in all of that is I can disagree with everybody in here, but they're human beings, and I have to respect that. And I think respect might be one that we need to always constantly bring back. I can disagree with you, but I respect you as a human being. And if the children graduate with that, then you've accomplished something that's very valuable.
Thank you, Mr. Mordecai. We will now move on to new business. The first item we have is an adoption of our third interim financial report. This is item T1.
So moved.
Moved by Director Hinn-Hodge, seconded by Vice President London. For this item, I will turn it over to our superintendent, who will introduce staff for this presentation.
Thank you, Board President. At this time, I would like to, acknowledge our Senior Executive Director of Budget, Gina Murphy-Garrett, for all of her tireless, and Leslie as well, work to put the third interim together, and the support of our county team as well. And our third interim report will be presented by our Senior Director of Strategic Initiatives and Operations, Troy Christmas. And before Troy gets started, I just wanted to share that as part of the continued support that we have been and continue to receive from the county, They've been working side by side with our team in reviewing numbers and even presentation format. Based on many countless conversations and input, you will see a more limited, focused presentation around the third interim. Today's presentation is simplified to focus on key elements of our current financial position and multi-year projections. As always, the presentation is just a summary of the full report to be submitted to the county, which is also posted online with this agenda item. We will be providing a more comprehensive update at budget adoption on June 12th. So we just wanted to provide some clarity around what to expect of a third interim report. And with that, I'll pass it over to Troy.
Great. So good evening, President Ng, Vice President London, board members, superintendent, staff, and community. I'm going to walk through the third interim report as indicated. A couple of things I wanted to note preliminarily before we get started. There's one slide that is of significant detail, and so I've handed out to the board members a paper copy of that slide so they can walk through it with me. I also had 30 extra copies of that for the public if they want to walk through that together. The other thing I would note is that for those who downloaded the report from the website, there was an update to it as recent as today, and so this presentation that we're walking through is what's online right now, but that might not have been the case if you downloaded it on Monday or whatever. So I wanted to make sure that was clear for the public. So here's the outline of where we're going, and we're gonna jump in. So what I like to reflect on and mention when we talk about the budget is we're typically working in 3 years, and so on the left you'll see where we're working. We're looking at 2017-18 actuals, which came here to the board in September as part of this year. We're reflecting on the current year budget, the 18-19 budget. This is an update on the 18-19 year budget. And we're also in the process of preparing for the 19-20 budget. And the budget office is always sort of going through these 3 years at one time. If you go through the green circles, we have the adopted budget, first, second interim, and where we are right now is the third interim. The third interim is a report that is only required, at least in most cases, of districts that have a qualified budget by the county, which means there's at least concern or threat or likelihood that you won't be able to meet your financial obligations either in the current year or one of the 2 subsequent years. And so that's what we're here presenting on. In terms of our fiscal goals, is to continue to implement our Fiscal Vitality plan, make sure that we are meeting our financial commitments, having balanced budgets in the current year and the out years, primarily focused on unrestricted funding, which I'll get into in a minute, and that we are maintaining and growing our reserves. So we will focus this report on how we're doing toward these goals, with the exception of the Fiscal Vitality plan, which we will present separately at a later time. So before we go into the detailed assumptions, I want to pause here on sort of the major driver of our district funding. It's made up of 3 primary components. The local control funding formula, or LCFF, is made up of 3 primary components. Our enrollment, which is the students assigned to us as a district, the average daily attendance, the students' attendance, and our unduplicated count. And so our unduplicated count is the percentage of students that are either foster youth, free and reduced lunch, or English language learners. Now, along with the COLA that we get from the state every year, cost of living adjustment, those 3 items are largely determinant of the revenue that we receive. And so when they move, our revenue moves. So major assumptions, I won't read all of them, but I'll highlight 3. Expenditures included in our negotiated settlement with OEA are included in this report. The board authorized reductions from earlier this year also included in this report, and a one-time projected revenue increase through AB 1840 of $514,000 is included based on analysis by FCMAT that we've been confirmed to input in our budget for 1920. So again, on the major assumptions, you'll see across the top each of the years that are part of our multi-year projections. the major drivers, enrollment, current P2 ADA, I'll explain that in a second, and then LCF ADA. So as most of the board knows, and for the public that may not know, within some exceptions, a district will use the ADA from the better of the current year or the prior year. And so the LCF ADA number is that number on this row 3. So for example, you'll see for 2018-19, the current ADA for this year is 32,000 and 32,006, but we're using 34,194 because that's prior year and it's better than current year. And if you move to 2019-20, you'll see we're using 34,049, which is better than, which is the current year for 1920, because it's better than the actual for 18-19. And if you go over to 2021, we're again using 34,049, because in that case, 2020's projected ADA is lower than 1920. So we would be able to use 1920's ADA in that case. And so we wanted to show what the actual ADA is projected to be, but what we would actually be using for our revenue. And you see the unduplicated counts. We've been trending between 76 and 77% unduplicated count for years. And so we're in that same range. On the statutory COLA, this is the cost of living adjustment from the state. We get that information from School Services of California, which follows the policy changes at the state. That number has changed since we finished this report. As you're aware, there was a May revise by the governor. We just attended, all the staff attended the workshop earlier this week. So that number is adjusted, but is not yet reflected. Here, it will be reflected when you see the budget on June 12th. And then the STRS contribution, which is the retirement system contribution for certificated personnel, that does reflect the number that has been updated as of May revise. It has gone down for 1920 from 18.1 to 16.7, which is the 16.7 is reflected, so that's a cost decrease. And the 2021 has gone down from I think it's 19.1 down to 18.1, again, reflecting a proposal by the governor that school services and the rest of the state believe is going to go through. And so that's what's in there. Other major assumptions are around other resources, lottery resources, which are given on a per ADA basis. So you'd multiply those numbers by per ADA, both restricted and unrestricted. Mandated cost. There are many state mandates that school districts are responsible for, and they essentially give us, it's like a block grant to cover all of the different mandated responsibilities. And there's a one-time 184 per ADA for that, and then the 514,000 that I mentioned on one of the prior slides. So those are some of the major assumptions that are going into the numbers. So when I get to this slide, this is a summary, but it combines the unrestricted and the restricted together. And what I really want to do is pull them apart, because I feel like that's most instructive for people, because we have different things going on with our unrestricted funds than we do with our restricted. So on this slide, I would just point you to what we're projecting for economic reserve percentage over the 3-year period, 2.7 for this year, 3.8 for the following year, and 2.74 in 2021. And then we'll break that down on the next slide. So I'm going to jump to that. So this is that detail slide that I mentioned. And for those of you in the public, as I mentioned, there were extra sheets of this. And given the density of this slide, sort of before I go through the details, I want to sort of orient ourselves on this slide. So down the left-hand side, there are the major categories that are also the categories that were on the summary slide before. But I'm going to highlight 4 rows, and so to orient us. The first on the left is total revenue. The second is total expenditures. Go down another third of the page or quarter of the page would be net increase decrease, which is the change that's going to happen to our fund balance. And then the last item I would focus on is our projected reserve. And these are the major things that we're watching and also contributing to our results. So, and then across the top, you have each of the years 18, 19, 19, 20, and 2021 broken up between unrestricted and restricted so that we can then see what the different story is that's happening with unrestricted versus restricted. So I'm going to highlight a few items first on 2018-19, that first or the second column, and then move across to the additional years. So for 18-19, unrestricted revenues are projected to exceed expenditures. So the net increase line shows $5.1 million of increase to our fund balance. So we'll be growing our fund balance this year by our projection is to grow our fund balance this year by $5.1 million on the unrestricted side. And that leads to the 2.7% reserve. On the restricted side, you'll see we are seeking to spend down what started at this year a $38 million reserve in restricted or savings in restricted, and we're spending that down to the tune of $27 million. So if you look under the net increase decrease under the restricted column for 2018-19, you see a $27 million spend down of that. That reduces the restricted savings from the $38 million to $11.2 million, and that's what we should be doing. We shouldn't be holding large reserves of restricted, so we're spending that down. Moving over to 1920, you have unrestricted revenue again projected to exceed expenditures, again showing a net increase on the unrestricted of $5.3 million to fund balance. So again, we expect to be growing the fund balance, or projected to grow the fund balance by $5.3 million in 1920 on the unrestricted side. That's a little bit over 1%, which is why you see the number going from 2.7% to 3.8%. On the restricted side, we are targeting essentially a balanced budget. But in order to have a balanced budget on the restricted side, the one-time spending that you see in 18-19, remember I said before in 18-19 we're spending down savings, we're spending down reserve. In order to have a balanced budget, all those one-time things that we are spending in 18-19, you can't respend in 19-20. And so that's why you see this $30 million line item under restricted other adjustments under 19-20, is that we need to bring down the spending in restricted so that we would have a balanced budget on the restricted side. So again, with that balanced budget, you would essentially see a net decrease of just $87,000, which is really just flat for restricted for 19-20. Moving over to 2021, you see the first deficit spending in unrestricted, where expenditure is now exceeding revenues by $5.6 million. And again, if you go to the net increase decrease line for 2021, under unrestricted, that's where you'll see that decrease, which is roughly a $10 million swing from adding the fund balance by 5.3 in the prior year to subtracting from fund balance in 2021. And that is largely driven by the combination of three things. There's a $6 million increase in revenue from year to year, but there's a $14 million increase in personnel costs and a $3 million increase in contributions. And that's how you net to a $10 million swing, basically. And that results in a projected reserve of 2.74%. Again, above our state required minimum, but not above where our board is targeting. On the restricted side, we see expenditures exceeding revenue by 3.7, again, decreasing the restricted reserve slightly down to $7.4 million. So that's what is going on as we're projecting here at third interim for 18-19 as well as the two subsequent years. And then the final two charts I will go through quickly before we can take questions. The first is just a look at our general fund revenues. And you see, as I indicated, let me get to the next slide. Our general fund revenues, you see LCFF is the lion's share of that. LCFF is 65% of total revenues, and it's 93% of unrestricted revenues, which is why we focus on it and why we focus on ADA, enrollment, and unduplicated count to the extent that we do. And then the second to last slide shows our combined expenditures in the general fund. And you'll see that 73%, those salary costs, the certificated salaries, classified salaries, employee benefits, that's 73% of the total of all of our combined expenditures. And so our recommendation is obviously approval of our third interim report. And with that, I'm ready to take questions.
Questions? Who wants to kick us off? Director Harris, why don't you start?
Yes, thank you for the report. Very clear. I think it was the sheet that made it. No, it was, I appreciate this. So correct in assuming kind of what you have here projected for 1920 will be our kicking off point when we look at the LCAP and budget in the next 2 weeks at the June 12th.
As we go through the budget adoption process, yes.
Right. And so my question, it's really a question for the state, 514,000? That's actually what I wrote. Really? What's up with that? So we saw, obviously, folks in this room, folks in a lot of rooms saw numbers as high as $37 million to the district in year one. This is not $37 million. Can you speak to that at all? That's kind of my first question. And it's not your fault, but I am, I've heard about this, but I'm shocked, and I think folks are interested in understanding how that happened. And then you have my second question, or a couple questions are simpler. COLA projected down in 2021 is what I saw there. Just trying to understand why. And then the reduction to STRS and PERS, we had kind of looked at major drivers for overages in the out years. And it's come down, but I don't really see a great benefit to the budget as those things have come down. So if you could speak to those three things, that'd be great.
Sure. The first regarding the AB 1840, you were absolutely right. Got to talk to the state. Don't know, don't understand. So
did they offer any rhyme or reason for this number?
There is a detailed report from FCMAT that indicates a deficit that they've calculated, and that the amount of money that we would be due would be 75% of that deficit, and this number reflects that. So that's
our financials have improved.
So that's helpful. So right now, FCMAT projects us at basically, you said this is 75%.
I believe the number is 685, and the 514 is 75% of that.
75% of that number.
That's
okay,
right.
Helpful. Thank you.
And then going on to your second question, or I believe was your second question, was about the assumptions slide related to COLA. And so as I indicated, the statutory COLA that we were working with in the preparation of this report is what you see here. There's been a May revise that is not yet incorporated. I have the dartboard with the May revise numbers on it, and the May revise numbers for 1920 is 3.26%, which is going down, but for 2021 is 3%, which is higher than the number we have here. And that will flow through when you get your June 12th presentation regarding the budget adoption. And then the last question I believe you asked was about STRS. And if you look into the details that are in the SACS report that was also attached to this board item, it absolutely helps. It absolutely helps. So there's just a lot of other moving parts, and so you don't necessarily see that fall to the bottom line, but it absolutely helps.
And it's not confirmed that will be the number, and so what are we looking for in terms of community indicators? Is it a tip of the hat from the governor saying that these costs, where will we be able to kind of track that?
So the way this works is the governor proposes, and since it's not a dictatorship, it actually has to have legislation that gets signed. And so we're not there at the legislation getting signed. However, the legislative conversation that's happened to date is potentially better than this. And so because of that and other factors, the guidance is we can use these numbers.
Director Torres?
Yeah. Thank you for the presentation. And so some of those questions that I have been answered. But in regard to the little over 8 million of revenue reduction, not excess, but actually negative in 2020 and 2021. It says $8,073,314.
Where are you, so I can track?
excess of revenues over expenditures, and then it's in the first two columns or years that we're looking at, 18-19, 19-20, we have excess, and then we get to 20-20 and 21, where we have no excess. We actually have 8 million negative, 8,073,000, right in the middle. Final year. You see that?
Got it. Yep.
And it was on your slide over here as well. One of those, not this one, but maybe the subsequent slide. So in regard to this update you got in the May revise, but also looking at the various expenditures, it looks like it's all on benefits. Are you anticipating any additional changes? I mean, that was one of the things we heard initially from our governor about figuring out a way to take that burden off of the districts, and I haven't heard anything lately.
Sure.
So is that what that 8 million negative reflects?
So the 8 million negative, I believe you are looking at is in 2021. Is that correct? So remember, that number is a combination of restricted and unrestricted together.
Yes.
And so the large part of that is in restricted. What I would say in terms of the May revise is that we probably need to come to you with more detail on that specifically. What we have here is the items that we can confirm and put in the budget. So we've talked to you before that the governor has proposals about some support for school districts regarding costs associated with special education. That's still working its way through the legislature. There's nothing to report or add to our budget at this point. Regarding the STRS relief, what the governor proposed is actually here. The legislature is talking about potentially more, but there's no confirmation associated with that. And so could we see further changes? Absolutely, we could. Not to the COLA. You're not likely to see any changes further to the COLA. But you will likely see, if they're able to land on anything, something related to special education. We don't know what. And there may be some movement in the STRS. And there's even legislators talking about, can we do something with PERS as well? Because you can see the PERS rates even higher.
And so I guess as a follow-up, in regard to us adopting a budget for 2019-2020, right, next month, if we were to just assume that 8 million that negative 8 million wasn't to change, we're going to be below our 3% reserve, which is our policy. Is there something that could shift in the budget we adopt as a result of maybe having a little less reduction of the following year and not going below the 3%? Because I think it goes above, it goes 3.8, then it goes 2.7, which is a whole point, right? But it puts us below our 3% reserve in 2020, 2021. So are there attempts going to be made, you think, to get us to adopt a budget that kind of offsets so we're not freaking out in another year?
So there's several things there. The first is you're not going to adopt a budget for 2021, so that's not going to impact it. The second thing is we already know what's not incorporated in here, which is the COLA being 3.0 versus 2.86, which I just indicated. And what we don't know is whether there will be further relief in the out years regarding STRS and or PERS.
I guess what I'm saying is we have a 3.8% reserve, but then we go the following year to 2.7. So is there a way to maybe balance it out, right? So that we're not going to have to go below our 3%. That's all I was asking.
Sure.
Yeah. And I know it's just 1 year we're adopting, but as far as like just figuring out a way to tighten things up.
Director Hinhutch, Vice President London.
I have a few things that I want to understand, so let me rattle them off, and then maybe we can talk about them. So one of the things that I keep hearing in the news about the governor's budget is he's recommending more funding to us, but I would like to understand, what I haven't been able to get at is whether that's one-time funding or ongoing funding. Because it's great. Maybe we'll move from 41 per pupil to 37 per pupil. That would be nice, but it's not sufficient. And unless it's ongoing funding, to me, it's not very helpful. And Director Harris, I want to go back to your point about AB 1840. It was this perverse incentive. You guys need to clean up. You guys need to fix your deficit. Oh, and since you fixed your deficit, we're not going to reward you as much. Oh, thanks. That was really interesting. So that's a conversation we should be having, and so I think some of us are having with our counterparts in Sacramento, with our delegation up there. I want to make sure, Mr. Christmas and Superintendent, that One-time monies are going to the reserve per our board policy to spend down the reserve, because, you know, that might help with this 3% question that Director Torres was raising. I also know that we have a preference to give a raise to all of our bargaining units when we give a raise, and I noticed in your qualifications in this for this presentation that this only includes the OEA raise. So I'm wondering what will happen if we're able to reach agreements with our other bargaining units. And then at some point, I would like to understand the process by which we make these enrollment projections. That still, to me, is opaque. It's not something that needs to happen in this meeting, but if we could somehow get an understanding of that, because everywhere I go in this city, I see construction of housing going on. I think it's probably not housing that's particularly child-friendly, but you know, what you see in Manhattan is people buy 2 apartments and they consolidate them, and then they are raising their kids in these buildings. So, you know, I just want to make sure that we're really anticipating who's going to be here in 5 or 10 years, better yet in 20 years. That's really important to the work we're going to do with our 7-Eleven committee. So those are a few of my questions and thoughts. I know I kind of rattled them off, and you may not have answers to all of them.
I will make an attempt at the ones that I can answer to intelligently. Regarding the more funding, unless my colleagues want to add additional, we were all at a workshop earlier this week, Monday, where we walked through all the different items associated with the May revision to the governor's budget proposal, and there weren't any large, here we're going to change the way LCFF works, we're going to be beyond COLA, we're going to, you know, there are legislators who are talking that way, but that's not the governor's proposal.
Right, and we're supporting that legislation, I believe.
So in terms of what the proposal is from the governor, we've sort of articulated the pieces that are more concrete, and then they're the ones, as I mentioned, in special ed, and a few others that are of smaller dollar value that are not yet concrete and fleshed out. And so there may be something if the legislators can agree, but there's nothing that we have concrete on that one. With regarding one-time funding and putting it to the reserve, we'll have to go back and look at all of the one-time resources that are coming in for next year. We don't see currently the kind of one-time additional resources that we've gotten under Governor Brown. We had a lot of one-time resources under Governor Brown. It does not look like that's currently coming to fruition, but understand the point about having that drop to the reserve so we can decide what it is that we choose to do with it. And then regarding enrollment projections, I do not want to step out of my lane. What I will say is that in talking with the folks in our enrollment department, our internal capacity is really about projecting the next year and getting really concrete and detailed about the next year. And sort of these 5-year out questions about what the demographics of Oakland are going to look like, and we don't have the internal, so we rely on others to help us support us on that.
Thank you. I have several questions and a few comments. I'll just run down them. It looked like we had an increase in revenue from, I don't know if you want to go back to the slides. It looked like there was an increase in revenue that came in. I just wasn't sure where the additional revenue came from.
And where are you speaking in terms
from
of?
From the second interim.
Oh, okay. So you might have all been all the way in the appendix. I'll pull this up because there's nowhere else where we are showing the
I
change.
Guess that was another comment, because I know that we used to show the adopted first, second, third interim, and so I appreciate trying to simplify it, but I also missed a lot of the information that we used to have that we were kind of trained to be looking at before. So I'm wondering if...
So this is actually showing a decrease, and you're talking about for 18-19, or are you looking for out years?
I don't have the presentation in front of me, so
Okay.
that's why I didn't... I thought it was for current year.
For current year, between second and third, there's a decrease in projected revenue.
Okay, let me just move on to the next question, because I know that we're getting later. My other question was
The contributions, I know we ended up pulling the SPED report for tonight, but I noticed that the contributions were $3 million a year for each year. I know we've stabilized on ECE, but I know we have a new central kitchen opening, so I don't know how that's going to impact food services and contributions with food services and the assumptions there. And I know with special ed, we keep on hearing that there's increasing population, and which is going to impact both special ed and transportation. So $3 million did not seem very conservative to me. I know there was a point we were budgeting $5 million a year for special education alone, and I think it may be additional $1 million plus for food services. So I'm just wondering about the $3 million contribution increase and some of the assumptions for that. Does that take into account the increase in special ed populations? And what do we think the food service central kitchen opening will have on our food services contribution?
So regarding both, but particularly regarding special ed, the county has been digging in with us deeply into our contributions and transfers and noting conflicting information in terms of whether we're going up or going down. And what I mean by that specifically is if you look at our closing of the books for this year, there was roughly $2 million left over from the special ed budget. And so looking at that and then looking at the growth statistics that we have, and so as a part of looking in that deeply for budget development, I know there's a meeting, I believe, scheduled for next week to sort of dig into that in a greater level of detail to make sure that we are being as accurate as possible in terms of our projections.
And so for this year, in terms of special ed, because I know also there was I don't remember if it was the second or first interim that talked about the number of special ed students. So at this point, we're not increasing contributions. We're on track to stay within budget for this year. And
yes,
sounds
that's
like
my understanding.
Okay, and then they're redetermining some of the sounds like there's some additional meetings to better
to do analysis on the
analysis
on the assumptions that are being used to build the budget.
Okay, and then for the food services, do you have?
I don't have specific information about that, but I know that's a ongoing part of our budget development, and they're aware of the need for the central kitchen and the operations associated with that to be included.
Okay, but I just a side note overall, I would be curious about. I know that there was some hope that we'd gain some efficiencies with the new central kitchen, so I'd like to better understand if we anticipate that being the case. With the reductions, you talked about the reductions with the restricted side of the program. That was something that was we talked a lot about earlier this year in terms of the large restricted carryover and restricted reserve. So where are we? Are we on track to? I mean, it's a significant amount going out in terms of the restricted spend down for this year. The 27 million. So are we on track to meet that in terms of that ambitious number? Because I know since we're already at the end of school year.
I don't have it in my mind. The actuals, where we are to date, are in the SACS report that's attached, and we are not on track to spend the entire amount. No, it's likely that there will be some carryover again from this year.
So that would adjust potentially the beginning
that 27 million number would be lower, and therefore the ending fund balance would be higher.
Got it. Okay.
Right. The spend down would be lower. We would spend down less of our savings, and we would have more savings left over.
Got it. Okay. And then in the county's qualified report that their letter from the second interim when they downgraded us with the qualified report, they talked about the vacation savings or the calculations for vacations from the
vacation payout
reductions.
Yes.
So, and I know that what we had said was we're still doing that analysis, and that. So, is that updated in this?
That's incorporated.
It's incorporated.
These numbers, yes, in these numbers.
And so we believe that with the FTE reductions, do we know about approximately how much that?
I don't have that. I have to go back and get the detail.
Okay, but we believe that it didn't significantly cut into the 21.75 or I guess that was including operational.
It was a significant number. I mean, they in their ledger to us, they identified a number, so it was a significant number, yes.
But I thought we believed that it wasn't. We believed that our number was more accurate.
Perfect example. That was done in March. It's May. Any vacation I take between March and June is not paid out. So you don't know until you're making assumptions about when people are going to take vacation, how much vacation they're going to take. And so we don't have actuals until we have actuals. And so remember, the layoffs are affected in June. Nobody's been laid off yet. They're all still working. They all still have vacation. And so we're making projections about what will happen related to that. But it was a significant impact. It may not be as significant as what they had articulated.
Okay. Yeah, I mostly just want to make sure it's, because
But
it's
it is
something we got
incorporated.
criticized about. I just wanted to make sure that we were responding and it's integrated in. Okay, and so with the May revise, usually we get a report on the on what we can expect. I know there were some questions about the May revise already. So is it possible to do, before the public hearing, to do an update on the May revise to better understand what we can expect, particularly because it sounds like there's not going to be new revenues coming in, but we had also, as part of the resolution, fiscal resolution, talked about, if there was any additional funds after meeting the reserve, that there was priorities in terms of going back to school sites, or there was different priorities. And so, is it possible to do an update to get more information about the May revise so we understand? Because I know that I've been getting questions around what that means in terms of how it impacts our some of our budgets. And so, and if any school sites can anticipate any dollars coming back. My assumption is no, because it sounded like May revise was rather flat, but
Sure.
I just
So,
wanted to-
as is the case every year, the governor says something on May 10th or 11th or 12th, and then all the districts in the state get together for a workshop to learn about it, and then the county offices give guidance about what you should be incorporating in your budget regarding the May revise. We should have the county part of that. We've already done the workshop earlier this week. We should have the county part of that shortly, and so it's really just a matter of time and space to provide that update. So we could do that. Alternatively, we could provide some of it in writing, but then the things that are unknown, like, for example, the special ed information, has so many different permutations and so many pieces of legislation that are out there that it gets really confusing trying to do something like that in writing, and none of it is firm yet. So the things that are firm, we could probably get you in writing. That's not that difficult.
Okay.
If there's another time and space prior to the 12th, and I know that there was some discussion about having a study session. If there was a study session, we could certainly provide that information in that format as well.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you for that. Is there any other questions or comments from the board? Is there public comment on this item?
Yes, we have one. Jim Mordecai.
All right, Mr. Seychell, we're ready for a roll call, please.
On the roll call, on the motion to adopt 190994 third annual financial report for fiscal year 2018-2019 as of April 30th, 2019 as qualified. Director Harris? Yes. Director Hayden Hodge?
Yes.
Director Torres?
Yes.
Vice President London?
Yes.
President Ng?
Yes.
Motion is adopted.
Thank you. We're moving on to item T2. This is the approval of a request for allowance of ADA for November 16th, 2018 due to poor air quality. Is there a motion to approve item T2? Moved by Director Harris, seconded by Director Torres. I don't believe there's any presentation needed for this item. Are there any questions about it? This is pretty standard and straightforward. We are seeking an allowance, a specific allowance for this specific day, which was closed with the fires that happened. Is there any public comment on this item?
There are none.
All right, Mr. Seychell, we're ready for a roll call.
On the motion to adopt 190919, Director Hayden Hodge?
Yes.
Director Harris? Yes. Director Torres?
Yes.
Vice President London?
Yes.
President Ng?
Yes.
Motion is adopted.
Thank you. We're now on item T3. This is a first reading. This is a this is the first reading of a College and Career Access Pathways Act agreement, AB 288. It just require 2 readings at regular board meetings. As you can see, we're still waiting for the fiscal impact that will be filled in by the time we approve it. Staff is still working on that. I believe do we have someone from the team who will be able to present on this? Hello, please introduce yourself.
Hi, Leslie Sue. I'm the manager of dual enrollment.
And Preston Thomas, the high school network superintendent. And so this is kind of actually 3 years ago. Is that our first 4 years ago we had our first agreement with Peralta around a pilot partnership. And since that time, we've been building a dual enrollment program with Peralta. And this is, the state has actually created legislature around its AB 288 to provide a CCAP agreement with each of the community college district with the high school district. And so Leslie's been leading that, and this is the new iteration of it. It expands, and Peralta, it expands some of the course offerings. It articulates the level of partnership that we have with Peralta.
I would just add, it's essentially a renewal of our current MOU, but legally it's called a CCAP agreement under the AB 288 legislation. As far as the impact it has on students, it's actually really wonderful. It allows students to take up to 15 units of college credits for free. Prior to that, it's been 11 units. It also allows our high school campuses to be officially closed. I don't know if you recall, but from our current MOU, our courses actually had to be open to the public, and therefore our campuses had to be open to the public, and that definitely was a bit of a challenge. So now we can officially close the courses to the public. I think that those are the foremost things to highlight about this CCAP agreement. But other than that, as far as the impact it has on students, it is actually even more positive.
Great.
There was a specific question about the fiscal cost, and we did come prepared to answer that question, if that's helpful.
Yeah, I think so. It would be helpful to have the fiscal, I know it will be included in the second reading, but
absolutely.
If you could review the fiscal impact.
So in the fall of 2015, we had a pilot, if you can recall, a pilot 1-year agreement, and we launched the program. We rolled it out in the fall of 2015. In the fall of 15 and the spring of 2016, we were operating under a pilot MOU where we agreed with Peralta that we would enroll at least 35 kids into each course. And if we did not enroll at least 35 kids into each college course, we also agreed that we would then pay any per student costs under that, under 35. We were invoiced by Peralta approximately $45,000. It was actually a lot higher than that, but we negotiated it down. We did pay them $45,000 in 15-16 school year. But to remind you, that was a pilot MOU. Since then, we have not been invoiced. We have not paid, we haven't been billed. We haven't paid anything to Peralta. And I think there's some key reasons why. We renegotiated and we said, we can't get 35 kids into each course. So we negotiated that number down to 25 students in each college course as a minimum threshold, and then 20 for career tech education. So I think that was really key. And then also our schools just have become really good at recruiting kids and getting the word out really widely, really like equitably. And then our schools have become really refined in like what courses they're requesting and what college courses they're requesting to be at their high school sites, so that they're really popular among students. So I think as far as my projections for what we would have to pay, I don't anticipate that we would have to. Do you want to add to that?
I would just add that part of the really important part of the piloting was to get the timelines right. And so, like, even we have an example that we were trying, that this is the first summer that we're going to be offering dual enrollment. Historically, our summer programs have been credit recovery, and this is a credit acceleration opportunity for students. And so we were under-enrolled in one of those classes, and we decided to cancel it, and there wasn't any cost to the district or Peralta because we're having these conversations. And what the CCAP agreement does is it puts us at the table with Peralta having those conversations periodically throughout the year, so that the beautiful side of the dual enrollment program is that as long as students do 240 minutes in the OUSD schools, the Peralta can also collect fees for the FTES and proportionment for the students that go to both. So it's a win-win for both organizations. Peralta gets to collect the revenue for them, and then they're using it to pay for their instructors to offer the courses on our campuses. Our teachers they're teaching courses within the regular day, and it doesn't change our allocation at all, but then we can redeploy those teachers in different ways across the school, where we're just essentially offering more opportunities for students in our schools.
Great. Questions on this? This is just a first read, but questions from the board? Director Hinton-Hodge?
So I've been, today has been my day because I just got this data around the A to G, like abysmal results for African-American students inside this district. And I know that at my particular school, I'm just gonna go ahead and be personal and local and immediate with this. So there are students at McClymonds that don't have access to the A to G, and it's probably because, you know, our lower enrollment or whatever, or teachers not being there. So they've had to take, this summer, I have students that will be taking Spanish at Laney. And so I'm just wondering, it's a bit of an equity question maybe for me around, like, are there ways to utilize this program when we are not able to fulfill our obligation to certain kids inside this system? And is that a way to, you know, I don't know, possibly hold some classes there? And then just in general, I don't know, did I see any clear data? Like, none of you guys great little PowerPoints that go like, here's all la 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 la.
If you'd like a brief presentation on data with the second read,
you can be emailed to me, but I definitely want to see what is the racial breakdown of kids that are actually participating in this program, you know, and then also what's being measured around even community college readiness, because I know at one time we were talking about having kids because there's an entrance exam for community college, and so it's just so I'm just kind of wondering, like, in what depth, and that was whether a kid was going to go to community college or not. It was just that was going to be a ritual and a bar that we would set. Mm-hmm. So I would love to know that. I'd love to know whether or not this is actually interrupting anything and supporting the kids who struggle the most in our system.
So one of the key things with the CCAP is actually that it provides access to underrepresented students, whereas there was funny language before in concurrent enrollment where it said students who are ready to thrive in, like, thrive in college. And so I think one of the intentions with the CCAP is really to blow up access. But we've actually shown, I'm happy to share the data with you, our numbers of students served through the dual enrollment program for African American students has increased since fall of 2015. I'll share with you all the data, and you can also visit the dashboard, but we have a deck.
What was the increase from what to what?
Well, in fall of 2015, we had 121 African American students getting college credit, and in fall of 2018, it increased to 206 students. Those are just raw numbers. And also at that period of time, the program has grown exponentially. We started with 15 courses. We currently have 46 running across nearly all of our high school sites. Street Academy recently picked up. The only schools that are not participating are Met West and Sojourner Truth, just due to being able to get 25 kids into a course. You also asked about like A to Gs and can we interrupt that? So dual enrollment courses are college courses that also have articulation agreements with UCs and CSUs. And so, yes, these are courses that can meet A to Gs. And we've now created a very easy cheat sheet for counselors to be using to be like, how does AFRAM 18 articulate into the A to Gs? Which A to G does it fulfill? And so our schools are really becoming accustomed to understanding how to utilize these community college, Peralta College courses to, like you said, create access and interrupt these sort of barriers that have been pervasive for too long for our kids, especially those most disenfranchised. And then you asked about entrance exams with community college, and you'll be happy to know that actually, I think, are you talking about placement exams for math and English? So the good news is that there's been a lot of movement across the state of California to get rid of those examinations, those placement exams, and Peralta actually has done away with it as well. So students are now in California community colleges, and I'll just speak for Peralta, they're being placed into math, English classes using their high school GPA. I'll just stop there.
Director Torres.
So I definitely think that you should get us, as a board, the data that you're referencing. And then I was just going to make a quick comment, because when I got elected to this board, simultaneously a friend of mine was elected to the Cerritos Community College Board. She's Latina, she's a doctor at Kaiser, a partner at Kaiser, and to her surprise, because she went to schools back east, four-year universities, great medical school, Latino and black students in community college were staying up to 5 years with no AA, and Asian and white children were getting an AA and transferring to a four-year university within 2 years. So I just wanted to say that because she was shocked, and she shared that with me because I was sitting on this board, and I'm a product of community college. 3 years, no AA, no counseling, no advisement, just taking classes all over the place. And then 3 years of four-year college, went on to SF State. So I lived that experience, and I just want to make sure that our students, who might be the first to graduate high school, they might be newcomers, English learners, not know how to traverse this system in the United States, that they don't get trapped in the same problem. And it sounds like Peralta's definitely ahead of the mark with removing the testing requirement and the placement into English and math, which gets them on the course, which I think is a big problem, is they don't ever get on the course and they just kind of stay there. And so I know my friend is working on it at Cerritos for the past 7 years. She got reelected, but it just shocked me. And I lived it, and I didn't realize what I was experiencing. So just wanted to call that out.
Great. Vice President London, did you have any questions? No. Just had a few really quick. I'll try to run down them quick. I couldn't tell from the memo. Just had the cumulative number of how many students are participating. Do you have the annual for current year? How many students are?
Yeah, we do. So for 17, 18, I do have it. It's different every year, of course. By semester, like in fall 2017, we had 883, spring 2018, 914, right. Fall of 2018, 955, right. Spring, it's actually TBD because we have a course, it's a dynamically dated intercession
Great.
course.
So
Yeah.
It sounds like it's increasing also.
It's increasing. It's actually, just FYI, yeah. It's surpassed AP as far as students walking away with college credit.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. Interesting. And then so for our students that are graduating and will be enrolling in Peralta, how does this work with that? Like, do they get streamlined enrollment into Peralta? Do they not need a new student ID? Or how do we, because I recently learned that overall, I know that the college persistence rates are a challenge, especially for low-income first-generation students. But then I've also heard that our localized data isn't great around that, bridging that gap. So I just am curious around how the systems work. Does it at all advantage them as they transition
for students who are going to transition to the Peralta system? Do they not have to go through the process again? Are they already enrolled?
So they keep their ID
They do?
number.
Okay.
And they do not need to reapply, but I mean, you guys can appreciate this. I mean, one of the system kind of kinks that we're learning is, you know, but this is also an opportunity because we're in conversation with leadership of Peralta around these are systems barriers, right? So one systems barrier is that our high schoolers who apply for dual enrollment college courses are coded as SPX, which is basically a special admit status. When they matriculate on full-time, they have to create a system to systematically change those kids' status when they graduate from OUSD to matric. So those are things that, you know, it's ongoing.
Okay, thank you.
I just wanted to add one other piece. I mean, one of the benefits of the CCAP agreement and the previous MOU that we had is Leslie sitting in partnership with Peralta to remove a lot of the systemic barriers that have really hurt our kids as they transition into the community college system. There were lots of holds that were placed on students, so they couldn't register for classes, and we have a system for doing that. The universal enrollment form, that there's one form that's even getting picked up by other community college districts as well. So there's a lot of system improvement so that, and this is one of our big challenges, just to be honest, is that summer melt that happens as students are leaving us, and that's something that we're focusing on right now, is to ensure that those kids transition over.
Great. And then, I'm out of time, but two just quick things. I heard recently that we received I think it was at the last meeting that we had a grant that was also shared with Peralta that we would be getting about $1 million a year. So I think I just want to highlight, I think that's great, the growing partnership. And then this will come up, I'll talk more about this probably when we do the facilities conversation, but I just think that there's a lot of exciting opportunity around partnership between OUSD and Peralta, particularly as we contemplate kind of the future around 1025 2nd Avenue and what might be possible there. And so I think that we have some really great foundations in place around linked learning and around a lot of what you've been building with joint partnership with Peralta. So I think this is definitely speaks to the work that's already happening programmatically in terms of the two institutions working together. All right, so this will come back at the June 5th board meeting.
Actually, June 23rd?
Oh, June
23rd or 26th?
Oh, June 26th? Okay.
Yes.
Does it need to wait till then? Oh. Is that a statutory?
No, it's just that I didn't submit by April 30th.
Okay, well, why don't you touch base with Jody Talkington?
Will do.
We have a very packed agenda. The last board meeting of the year is always very packed, so I think if we can move it up earlier to the June 5th meeting, I think that would be more ideal. Thank you. Great. All right, so we now have two items, and that come out of the Facilities Committee. The first is a voting item, and the second, as I explained before, will be treated as a first read and a narrow discussion to be voted on at the next board meeting. I'll turn it over to Facilities Chair Jody London to introduce it first, and then to introduce our Facilities Director, Mr. Tim White.
Great. Thank you, President Ng. We're going to hear two items right now, colleagues. And I want to start by thanking Director Torres and Director Yee, who serve with me on the Facilities Committee. We are we meet early in the morning and we get a lot done. So we're going to hear two items tonight. The first is going to be the potential approval of a contract to facilitate the 7-11 committee. Under state law, we are required, if we want to declare property surplus, to establish a committee of no less than 7 and no more than 11 people. It's not like you're going to 7-11. So the Facilities Committee, you'd be surprised how many people think that it's because somehow you're going to go get a Slurpee. But the Facilities Department went out and conducted a solicitation. They had several entities express interest. One ultimately submitted a proposal. It's it's a team that the committee was pretty excited about. Mr. Savage, who's the lead on this project, is here, and he has a long history of working on facilities at both the district and the state level. So that's the first item we'll hear. And then the second item, should we just describe that when we get to it, is around our central administration. Mr. White, do you want to just well, and I'm going to, with this, I'm going to move adoption of item 18-2712, which is the contract for 7-11 committee facilitation.
Great. Is there a second? Seconded by Director Torres. Thank you. Mr. White.
As Director London said, I want to thank her for presenting this item. It's an item that, as you're aware from reading the agenda, it was unanimously approved and recommended to come forward from the Formal Facilities Committee. We're excited about the team. The team is a high-powered team that has many years and experience in K-12 education and facilities in particular. As Director London mentioned, Mr. Bill Savage, who was actually at the state level running the state's school facilities program under the Office of Public School Construction, and has been chair of the Coalition for Adequate School Housing, as well as a consultant in the area of facilities for well over 30 years. So we're really proud to have him as the lead of the team, but we also have some impressive other folks on the team, including some folks from the Center for Cities and Schools, most notably Dr. Jeff Vincent, who has done quite a bit of the data work associated with looking at performance across urban schools across the entire state. And so I'm happy that the board receives this recommendation, and hope that you approve it so that we can get started with the work of evaluating surplus properties.
Great. Questions from the board? Do you know when, assuming we adopt this, when meetings would start? I know Edgar's already gotten some emails from some of the committee members.
Yes, we're planning on meetings to start in the month of June.
Okay. And then, would you say when in June, early, mid?
I don't want to give a specific date yet. Still some pre-planning that we still have to do.
Great. I'm sure you'll notify.
If I may, President Ng, there's going to need to be, I would imagine, some further direction from us to the 7-11 committee. But we wanted to wait until the consultants were on board, and we had the opportunity to, staff had the opportunity to really collaborate with them and start to design the process, because there's a lot of design that needs to go into this. The team also includes, I don't remember the gentleman's name, but someone who's he's brought in specifically to focus on equity and how do we reach all the communities in our city.
Okay. I can't remember the gentleman's name. I think his first name is Milton. Milton Reynolds. Director Haas? So
Mr. Rakestraw just reminded me that the reason why he was asking when in June is because the 7-11 is since it's a Brown Acted committee, it's not able to meet in July. Our Brown Acted committees can't meet when the board is on recess. So I think that was just wanting to make sure that any meetings that need to be done prior to July, just want to make sure that you guys are prepared that around that, because I didn't actually remember that rule. Okay, and then just one other quick thing that's related is that at our Education Partnership Committee meeting with the City Council members are also interested in what's happening with the 7-11 process. So they had requested an update at the June 17th meeting. Vice President London had informed us that that's pretty premature in terms of the work, the unlikely to have had much work being done, but they still requested a short update from staff around maybe just even the process and the timeline, et cetera. And so we can discuss that as well. But I just wanted to make sure that
certainly, if we can have a discussion about who the contact people are, we can go ahead and engage them around this item.
Wonderful. Was there a question over here? Was it Director Hinton Hodge?
So I'm not going to vote for this. I think This is one of those things where I heard that there was like an incredible amount of bias that showed up. At one point, it was African American vendors that were have been selected by you, and then the conversation became, well, what about Latinos? And I never hear that when it comes to white vendors or white contractors. Like, we don't ever challenge that part of it. And so I'm at the place where, when the bias shows up, and then we can turn around and go, well, I couldn't understand it, I couldn't read it. Like, these standards for me, they're inconsistent. And again, it goes back to like the charter conversation I just had earlier. It's going to be, the bond conversation that I'm having earlier, and in part it's because I'm really trying to be really clear about like what are we interrupting inside the system. So I'm not going to do it. I mean, I guess they're great, but I also saw the other folks is really great as well. And so I don't, Milton Reynolds is the guy who's going to do equity and include all people. What does that mean? What does that mean? Does that mean that in spaces where we're having some folks who have a lot of power to tell us like where we can build, where we can't build, what schools are appropriate or not appropriate? I mean, I'm gonna obviously work with it. I was a part of the 7-Eleven committee. I mean, before, I know what the purpose is, and I'm going to definitely be watching that the purpose is actually upheld in some kind of way. But to this board, we need to really, I think, check ourselves so that, 8 o'clock in the morning meetings where it's like, folks get to make kind of comments that are just, I mean, that's not the Oakland, right? It is the Oakland, but it's not the Oakland that we actually profess. It's supposed to be about equity and a level of like racial justice.
All right, Director Torres.
So I definitely feel that having been on the committee, the facilities committee, my initial reaction to who would lead this work was concern. I think that because it's a small committee of 3, we would have had conversations with you, Mr. White, in advance, and then we got the report, got the recommendations. I had issues because for probably 3 years I'd been wondering why we weren't moving things along on this issue, and wanted to slow it down. So as opposed to trying to single out a particular race, I definitely felt that there needed to be a little bit more information about the initial offering of people, and then have you look at additional groups, explain, I guess, what was going on. And then this was presented at the last facilities meeting, I think, in regard to the extensive work that this group has done. You just, isolated that he did this work for the state facilities department. So obviously there's nothing bigger than that. But my concern had always been working with our committee to move quickly, and to get on board with what I think this board has been asking for quite some time, and we've all been overly patient about teacher and staff housing, and then dealing with the issues of gentrification, which is also why I was really eager to see it be more diverse. I think it is what it is, and I think the 7-Eleven committee itself seems to be a group that is going to be representative of our students, from what I can tell. I don't know everybody. I know a few people, but I'm going to trust that the facilitation, along with additional people that may be needed to do the work, because that's how this was presented to me, that some of the other experts that I recommended might still be part of this process. I mean, it's going to be difficult what's going to happen. I think it's going to be difficult. It's going to be extremely controversial, but needless to say, it needs to go fairly quickly, or we'll just be talking about it for another 7 years. And we don't have that time because teachers can't afford to live here, staff can't afford to live here. So I'm just going to stop with that.
Thank you, Director Torres. Did you have another comment, Director Hinaj? Okay.
And so, again, I guess I get, oh my God, I get continually reminded of the 7-Eleven committee and again, kind of what its function is. And I know that I did a huge push to try to look at the level of like expertise and diversity that was going to be on it. So for example, I think right now the list that's there are no people that are a part of the charter sector, either from a development standpoint or even from a place. So you can't have a citywide plan, you can't have a community plan that's engaged that doesn't have that balance there and that participation. And that was really critical, I think, because if that, again, that bias is allowed to play out at the 7-Eleven level, then we're not going to have full-blown conversations about how we think about surplus, how we think about leveraging, how we think about generating revenue, who we think of as being partners. And that might not be the full-on scope of the 7-Eleven group, but if you don't even have the mindset of people who are in different places around thinking about this work and thinking about what it means to educate kids and have, like, utilized facilities. So I just wanted to recall that felt like a shortcoming, and I think that what I heard, the hearsay that I heard from Director Torres, it was that you had said, it's like having a lawyer on a jury. Like, you shouldn't have, real estate people on a jury or developers or that kind of thing. And I just think that, like, if we can sit here and say, oh, the guy from the state is the expert and that's the best person, then why not in our community where people are actually doing that kind of work, they aren't situated and representative in some kind of way. So again, I witness and watch who's acceptable, who's not acceptable, and kind of how we show up to do business on behalf of these kids. So thanks.
Thank you.
All right. Is there any public comment on this item?
We have one, Jim Mordecai.
Mr. Mordecai, are you here still? Okay.
Jim Mordecai, speaking as an individual. Webster Academy, a childhood development center replacement was accomplished. So there was a list of items to be taken, and I'm a broken record because I have a $910.97 property tax bill, which I paid. So it's part of that. I'm old enough. I think I could get. I think I'm not sure these bond measures, and some of these you can get out of. I'm not applying for it. I want the money to go to the children. But my problem is that you guys are not following the rule. Measure J requires that only those that were listed as part of Measure J can you spend the money for. This item is creating some type of activity, a special project. It wasn't back 7 years ago in 2012 put on a list. So what it is that in the office downtown, somebody has to say, oh, we need money. Well, go to Measure J, where all that bond money is. Because we can get our lawyer to say, oh, that's okay. It's not okay. You got a proposition, 39, that says you have to tell the voters what you're going to spend it on. And this item, you didn't tell the voters you're going to spend it on. So you need to stop doing this. You're nickel and diming. You're going to waste all that money.
Thank you, Mr. Mordecai. Mr. Seychow, we're ready for roll call, please.
On the motion to adopt 18-2712, Director Torres?
Yes.
Director Hayden Hodge?
No.
Director Harris?
Yes.
Vice President London,
Yes.
President Ng.
Yes.
Motion is adopted.
Thank you. Director London, do you want to introduce the next item?
Yes, the next item is a topic that we've been talking about for many years. This is a proposal from coming from the Facilities Committee unanimously for the board to establish a permanent administrative center at the former Cole Elementary School site. As you know, the district's administrative building for many years had been across the street from where we are right now at 1025 2nd Avenue. That building flooded at the beginning of January 2013. We have been unable these many years to figure out how to move forward with a permanent housing solution. We are paying rent at 1000 Broadway, and it is becoming important for us to make a decision and live in property that we own. So there's posted with the agenda item a series of memos that the Facilities Committee has heard over the last couple of months, and I would refer you to those for a lot of history and detail on what has happened. It's my understanding that we're going to have a very brief conversation about this item this evening, and then we will take a vote at our June 5th meeting. Mr. White, did you want to add anything to what I just described?
No, I do want to thank you for the clarity in introducing this item, Director London. As you know, Director London is the chair of the Facilities Committee, and like the previous item, this item was brought forward to you as a recommendation by all three members of the Facilities Committee, a formal committee approved by the board. And so, as Director London said, we have a brief presentation given the fact that it is recommended from the previous committee. What we have got for you today is kind of a shortened presentation to talk about the three legs of what is recommended in this proposal. As Director London said, we're trying to solve for three different issues: permanent housing, interim housing, and ultimately the financial model necessary to deliver both permanent housing options and to cover interim housing until such time as we have a permanent location. And our permanent location recommendation is Cole. We were able to arrive at a permanent recommendation to rebuild at Cole versus rehab of the existing space. We looked at many options, as you could see from the presentation. The ones that we're highlighting today that we shortlisted from a long list of items is the recommendation of Cole, from a short list of rehabbing 1025, looking at off-site options for supply bank, and looking at options for reuse of existing school sites where a district was scattered to available property at 4 or 5 different sites. The permanent recommendation to house at Cole is a recommendation that we have the permanent housing recommendation is one that we have a funding model for that allows us to solve for our problems of trying to find a way to pay for the interim housing currently at 1000 Broadway. A portion of this strategy is implemented. We are currently now pursuing the lease necessary to remain at 1000 Broadway till such time as a permanent facility is had. We anticipate that given the board's pleasure, we could start this project the month of May or June, given we're having 2 different readings. And as you can see from the permanent central office housing slide that we have here, our strategy is twofold. We're currently at 1000 Broadway, where we have 110,000 square feet of space. The cost of that space is increasing, and the calculation of the number of square feet that we have is increasing. And so our interim strategy is to reduce down from 9 suites at 1000 Broadway to 4 suites to keep our costs within reason. We believe that we can have an annual rent of less than $2.8 million a year over the 3 years, and that in itself would allow us to have the cheapest possible housing of an interim nature until such time as the new facility is built. The second band, the blue band, shows how we intend to ultimately deliver the project at Cole, with a design phase beginning this month, and ultimately to be funded in a model as identified in the third band, the green band, that shows $10 million allocation off of the current bond that was at one point attached to the admin building in the previous spending plan, to be repurposed to go towards the initial planning and design for the project, and with subsequent costs to be covered by a future bond. As you're aware, we've had some discussions in previous board meetings about the necessity for a future bond, and that is something this board has discussed even in prior years. There was, I think, a desire to go out for a bond previous to 2020, and some discussions here that was decided to be postponed until 2020 election. And right now, the plan for this budget model is to pay the balance of the development costs, which would be about $45 million out of a subsequent bond measure that we plan to float in 2020. Finally, the interim housing options that we've explored, we were able to come to a decision and get direction from the board. We are now, as I said, pursuing the interim housing for 3 years at 1000 Broadway. And with that, I would like to turn it over for any questions to the board.
President, just Mr. White, I don't know that that this presentation, at least it wasn't posted in the okay, I wasn't seeing it, so I'll have to refresh. Excuse me. Go ahead.
Director Harris, do you want to kick us off? Thank you.
More questions. So I know the other two folks from the committee aren't here. I was thinking it was Director Yee and Director Gonzalez. I'm sorry. I apologize. And I also apologize for my frustration / confusion. As far as I know, the board has 2 outstanding resolutions, if not 3, that say rehab the property across the street. Were they ever considered or talked about? That's kind of question 1. My second question is, if we support this plan, what are we going to do with 1025? My third question is, this is going to take 4 years to complete. So how is this in the best interest of the district? My fourth question is, how in the world is now the estimated cost of rehabbing 1025 2 times the amount we were quoted just last year? My fifth question is, I should let Mr. Mordecai ask this question because he's asked it several times tonight. I am very concerned about the use of Measure J dollars to pay rent when we don't have an existing project and we're now having this conversation. So those are my 5 questions. And I'm curious as to what my colleagues think, because they're making this unanimous recommendation, and it's not news to me, but it is confusing to me.
Thank you. Is that for the colleagues or for the? Okay.
Director London or Torres, do you want to?
So I will say that I was quite upset when I saw this, and especially so I'll just go back to why I was so upset, was we haven't served children across the district, in your district, in my district. We expect them to go all the way over to, say, Lakeview to deal with certain things, stand in line for hours, take multiple buses. I heard somebody say at our facilities meeting in the morning, well, it's only another 12 minutes to get to Cole if you have a car. My families can't take BART. BART is expensive. It's going up. as a matter of fact. So I was quite upset with this idea. And then I was reminded of this building across the street, as you pointed out, and the fact that nothing has changed, nothing has moved. We made a promise to Dewey. I'm not really sure why it stopped after Joe Dominguez was able to stop squatting and did some cleanup and demolition. I honestly don't know why it fell off. That was my initial reaction and one of anger. So I'm not going to say anything else because things are asked, reactions are given, and they seem to go forward anyway.
Director Harris, I'm going to also let Mr. White weigh in because he may have some additional information he wants to share with you. But one of the things that we discussed in the committee was that we would like to see a smaller project at Cole rather than a larger project, and that we are going to ask staff to identify the services that the central office provides that are public facing, that where the public most engages. In particular, I think of the enrollment work and the family services work, and look at, you know, the building that immediately comes to mind is the Ethel Moore building, the green building across the street, as that is something that we could be rehabbing for those more publicly facing services. There may be some other services as well. So not that people should have to go all over town for things where it really should be very more centrally located and accessible. But there are certain things like just where are the superintendent, HR, all those services that superintendent described earlier. The general public doesn't usually need to access those. We just need a place for them to sit where we own it and we're not paying rent. I share your frustration about 1025 2nd Avenue, and I think that that rehabbing a building with historical significance becomes, that building has some small historical significance that adds to the cost of the rehabilitation and the options that are available. So I think that's part of what has delayed this. I also understand that the interim rent is already included in the Measure J spending plan. So, Mr. White, did you want to add anything?
Certainly, if I could. You know, I think that, and I appreciate the questions. I think they're all questions that merit a response, and that I'm sure the public has an interest in many of the questions as well. I think that the first question around why are we here is that we ultimately found ourselves in a position with the capital program where we had placed a hardship on the school sites themselves and the commitments that we made to schools and the public, and we weren't able to fulfill that commitment. And so when I came here a year ago, we had actually taken a $475 million bond program and ballooned it up to $800 million. We didn't have $800 million. And so we went through an exercise of trying to determine what could we do with the money we had. And so in addition to the monies from Measure J, which was $475 million, this district realized in 2015 that it was insufficient to do the work that the superintendent had amended to the bond. And at that time, this district and board went through exercises for 3 years of taking projects away, of adding cost to other projects. And there were at least 3 years of adjustments. And we finally got to the point in 2018 where we realized we can't do all of this work. And so the final adjustment we made was to defund, and this is the answer to the question, to defund 1025, because the decision that got made around 1025 was to take $50 million from Fremont, move it over to the 1025 admin for it to be rehabbed. And we had to take responsibility for that. $50 million was not enough to do that project, nor was the remaining money that was left for Fremont enough to do Fremont. And so the adjustments that took place over those several years highlighted the fact that it was an insufficient budget to do what was necessary at 1025, and that money was necessary to be swept so that we could keep commitments previously made to voters around school sites and work of that priority. What do we do with 1025 in terms of the second question? I think That's actually probably one of the biggest questions going forward, because it's probably our most valuable property, probably in the most valuable location we have. It's sitting in the middle of Lake Merritt, where Lake Merritt has a Lake Merritt specific plan that would allow for opportunities for revenue generation, opportunities for social emotional programs, or some other subsidized program to assist in our educational mission. But what we're recommending to this board is that there be some discussion, some study session around what are our plans for 1025. We need to stake the ground about what your vision is for 1025, and then have discussion about how we actually reach it. And so,
this is the last thing I'm gonna say. This board has 3 resolutions that state our vision for 1025. And so so I understand defunding to pay for schools, but then the pivot isn't ignore the existing resolutions and let's find a solution at Cole that's also dependent on bond dollars. That's my biggest, so the frustration is in 2015, we said, build a new building. In 2016, we said, build a new building. And then again in 2008 or 17, we said, build a new building. Each time we were told yes. And so it's now the package is, this is now $140 million. I don't understand the numbers. I don't understand the committee's decision to, okay, we have to pay for schools first, but then we don't revisit the 1025 opportunity. So it's like, now we need to have another visioning session about what we want to do with 1025. I mean, Director Hinton Hodge has been clear, this whole board has been clear since I've been on it about what we want to do at 1025, but now it's, let's reimagine what we want to do at 1025. I don't understand the thinking. My frustration is just up here, because this has been literally the same conversation for 5-6 years. And I don't understand how this is in the best interest of anybody. We have been clear. This plan, I can't track it. I can't follow how you go from pay for schools, we can't pay for 1025 now, but now we're going to build an administrative building somewhere else. So I'm struggling with the committee conversation. I'm fault myself for not watching, for not following that, but I'm not hearing information that speaks to how the decision was made to pivot in this way, opposite 3 board resolutions, which every member of this board was on and voted yes for. But now we have a new vision, and somehow that gets shuffled off to the side, and now we're going to come at it again. It doesn't make sense to me. I can't pretend like it makes sense.
Director Harris, I hear the frustration, and as a staff person, I apologize, but I do want to say that we didn't arrive here whole cloth. There was a long process of engagement with staff and the board about how we got here. We started off looking at dozens of different options, all of those which we presented, none of those which were accepted. And so as we went through iterations of options every couple weeks, right, we responded to things that you guys gave us in terms of direction, and ultimately we came back with a recommendation based on all of the things that we explored from the presentation, and the final recommendation was to build a rehab facility at Cole based on the urgency of getting out of 1000 Broadway, paying $1 million every 90 days, which we never get back. And we believe this recommendation, as it's rolled up, is the best recommendation that we could put together as cheap as possible without throwing additional monies at 1000 Broadway. And I think the frustration about 1000 Broadway is that I don't think we've had good numbers with 1000 Broadway. Clearly, $50 million was not what we needed, because we had the $50 million allocated there.
Do you mean 1025?
1025, I'm sorry. Clearly, it was not enough money, because even we actually have real numbers on what the costs are for 1025, because you hired a contractor. You didn't have enough money to do the project. We had $40 million for a project that was going to be over $100 million. We were not able to do 1025 as a project unless you defunded $100 million worth of work that was in other areas, and those areas were school sites.
Let's move on to other questions. I appreciate those. Those are good questions. I will piggyback off of several of those. So let's go to Director Hinton Hodge, and then.
So what I said is, I've not liked this Cole idea, because I felt like if we could put in, I didn't really like supply bank, and because I was like, why don't we take that same energy and go to the building that we actually have, that we know is valuable, it sits in a particular kind of place, that like people kind of want it, that all these cranes up here means that there is money flowing through Oakland right now, and it means that there are people that could possibly leverage resources against what our little measly 10 mil, our little measly 50 mil. It looks different than what we've ever done before, right? We've had a developer that has built for the county of Alameda the welfare building that sits on Thomas Berkeley Way. And behind that, there are condos. And for a period of time, the developer owned all of that. Generated rent, did all that. And after 10 years, turned that over to the county, Alameda County, who now clear and free has a big old building for welfare folks to get their entitlements. And behind it, they now own a facility where they're collecting rent and generating revenue. We have not been creative. We have not taken risks. We have let other people dictate to us what it is that we should be doing here as elected officials. That building is not historic. We've not. When have we seen the historic paperwork on that? A woman rode around the town and looked at what year building. You know who I'm talking about. You're smiling, right? You see her all the time. And she rode around the city and said, this is an old building, and here's the year. It was not deemed a historical, maybe the green building, but the other building was not. We had obstructionists throughout this process, Director Harris, and so I agree with you. ABJ committee all of a sudden became, remember, they were going to take us to court. We had to get legal every time, where they were like, you can't even use Measure J money. Remember that chaos and confusion? So when we don't lead from here and get turned around by everyone, and are not creative around what it means to have almost $1 billion worth of assets that you can't flip and turn around? Come on now. So, Mr. White, I know that like you're there, and I feel like maybe we hold you back. I don't know. I would like to see you go. Madam Superintendent, I would like to see y'all go. I would like to see you be far more creative around this. Look at what financing can happen around this. I will go with Cole only if I see other deals being looked at around 1025. I need to see that there is a proactive conversation that's happening over there. I'm not revisiting it anymore. For me personally, my energy is on the death of a black man is on that land. The blood of him is on that land. So that's I'm already there. Like, we can build. There's a vision there. There's Dewey there. We could be building something amazing and partnering with a school and students on a lake next to another facility that's about to be built. So I'm done. I'll support it, but for real, I'm a like, you know how I bug y'all? I'm a bug you. I'm a bug you. I'm a bug you.
Director London, did you want to add anything?
I believe you had some comments,
Okay.
President Ng. I wanted to allow you to comment. I mean, the one thing I would say is that I feel like we have considered so many options and we couldn't come to agreement. We just couldn't come to agreement. And I have my woulda, coulda, shoulda moments every time I go down Broadway. Every time I'm at the intersection of 15th and Broadway, I have a huge coulda, woulda, shoulda moment. And I'm as frustrated as you all are about this. I believe that we need to just make a move with the central admin, declare, if you want, declare 1025 surplus, and then move ahead with putting together another proposal for it. I believe that if you want to do something creative with other jurisdictions in this city around that property, that opportunity may exist, but that's going to take a good 10 years, and I don't want to preempt what you may say, so I'll hold back on that comment. But I just feel like we need to move, and something else may come up, and we may find that, in 10 years, we own a great asset in West Oakland that we can be leasing out to someone else if that's what we determine that we want to come back over here with our central admin or something. But we just have to go because we've chased our tail for long enough. I think we all are frustrated. I don't think that this is the solution that anybody wanted or envisioned. However, it's where we find ourselves because we have been unable for all this time to really agree, and there's a lot of finger pointing that can go on. I don't even want to go there. I just am looking at where are we today and what is that we need to do to move forward and minimize our exposure with having to pay rent for a long time.
Thank you, Vice President London. I've gone through a lot of different emotions through this spring and this last several years. You know, walking into this role in January 2015, it was really in the aftermath of a lot of what had happened the previous year in terms of the 7-Eleven and a lot of the issues that had happened. So I've actually been very much a part of several community engagement processes. I was, my first one was that spring 2015 with Mia Settles and then Lance Jackson with, you know, a robust community process where we had selected the option where we were going to build a new Dewey, a new 1025. Staff transitioned. We learned a year later that was too expensive. We weren't going to be able to afford that. The cheaper option is to rehab. So a year and a half later, we have a more cost-effective option to rehab. I don't need to rehash all of these things, but I guess for me, it's a matter of integrity. I've sat in front of my school communities and community meetings, no less than 2 or 3 different processes, telling them to trust us, telling us we have the best interests of students in mind. We, you know, we have a plan. Yes, the numbers were off last time, but this time, trust us. And it just, for me, I just don't know how much more I have in me around being able to stand with integrity in front of, and credibility in front of the same group yet again. And so I echo a lot of the frustrations, and yet I know that we need to decide and on a plan. Like, I understand that, but I guess for me, I go back to, we did decide on plans multiple times and confirmed those, but unfortunately, the information we were being given for various reasons was not correct. And so we've had to make faulty decisions based off of faulty information. And so we find ourselves in this really perplexing situation where we don't have a lot of great options. I mean, I look through all of the different options. They're not great. I don't feel excited about really any of them. I wonder, though, about the idea of selecting the financially riskiest option of $58 million off of a bond that we're planning to run, but we don't have yet. And wonder more about, you know, I think I didn't hear, was not there for the discussions around a scaled back version of coal. I shared with Mr. White that I would feel much more comfortable if it was not 58 million, if it was a smaller number, or if I know the rehab, I would be curious to learn more about some of the rehab options, although I know that's not centralized in one place, but coal in Santa Fe, did coal in Lakeview come up at all in terms of 58 million? So the plan, the recommendation, if I'm reading this correctly, the recommendation is contingent on $58 million of a new bond being $58 million being earmarked in a new bond to be able to pay for the building. And I just feel like, for me, you know, right as we're just also trying to build credibility around the facilities bond, and we're just, you know, right at the beginning process of articulating what are going to be priorities in it, earmarking off the top close to $60 million, which may be 10% of the bond for administrative building, is not the most appealing, I think, idea to taxpayers, and also is quite, it's quite risky in terms of the most expensive option. I just also have questions around, and I don't know, I wonder, I turn to you, Director Hinton-Hodge, about coal's in a more residential area, and so building an administrative building, a multi-story administrative building in a residential area, I wonder, just given the experience at the Central Kitchen and a lot of the community pushback we had, if we need to also plan for kind of neighborhood pushback. I know the city council member of the district was not quite pleased with our decisions and lack of engagement initially with that decision. Well, her. But so I just wonder about just the timeline and.
Dumping ground for like industry, right? So it's right next to a cereal factory, right? And railroad tracks that are all there. But you do have to talk to them. There's Oakland Housing Authority, and there's also Habitat for Humanity, and there's Beth Eden. So it is, it sits in a, but West Oakland is industrial. Like, we live on top of each other and stuff. So it could be a great thing, but yes, robust conversation needs to happen. And there's going to be a West Oakland BART development that's a few blocks over. So it's kind of prime land in that regard, too.
So anyways, I think for me, I don't, I think it is, I just am really, I feel for staff, I feel for the board in terms of we need to identify direction. For me, 58 million, this particular recommendation is a bit of a stretch for me to be able to support, particularly given the just the high amount that we would be allocating from the next bond. I think I would feel more comfortable. I would feel more comfortable if we were doing either the rehab option, which is 23.8 million. It was at 2 different school sites, or something that was a more reduced, didn't rely on such a large number from the next bond. But then also, was there discussion about Lakeview at all? I wonder in terms of just, when I look at the priorities of some of the central housing.
I think if we were to go, my understanding is that if we were to go to Lakeview, that would require a significant amount of new construction. A lot of the Lakeview site is in portables that are not in the greatest condition, and the building itself I don't think would be large enough to accommodate the number of people we would need. Is that correct?
That's correct. And there's another nuance to the coal strategy, and it's the fact that coal itself, unlike Lakeview, Tilden, John Swett, where you've got charter schools that you've approved to be there, this is a site that you can't approve a charter school to be in. So it's a school. I'm sorry?
Why can't you put a charter school in it?
It's a non-conforming site. There's been work done there that has taken the site out of the purview of Field Act approval.
I see.
And so there's much work that would have to be done to restore it back to conforming.
And where do you move the police station?
We're looking at where they came from, the old some of the older locations. They were at Community Day or Webster 900 High Street, and so we're looking at options to relocate.
Okay, so finally on 1025, so assuming, if there's board support to move in this direction, I would want us to move very quickly around identifying or reaffirming. For me personally, it's very clear to me that 1025, although recognizing it's a valuable part of the land, given our mission and given its location, being surrounded by educational usages, that I would love us to still fulfill and live out an educational purpose there. I know that that's included in this resolution. I did see that. I do think there is potential for partnership with Peralta, possible partnership with the city. I know that is a longer term plan. That takes years. I don't think that we would have to have a multi-pronged approach. Our plan can't be contingent on those plans, but it would behoove us not to explore those as options, particularly given the proximity and given all of the work, like we just heard in an earlier presentation, that we have in terms of both link learning and linkages with the community college, and just given the capstone of this whole area from a pre-K to 14 pipeline, and really building that whole continuum here, La Escuelita, which was really the vision, I know, when it was first created by Mr. White 15 years ago. And so,
I'm sorry, what did you just say?
The
vision was last.
Well, we have a pre-K here, that we have a CDC, we have
here.
a K-8, Met
Meeting.
West and Dewey, and then and with Laney right there, there's a potential for even building off of the pre-K
to 12th grade, really a pre-K to
So
14th pipeline.
Are you what is it that you're proposing? Because what I'm really struggling with here is how are we going to pay for it? The numbers I've seen are that to rehab 1025 would be potentially more expensive than doing something at Cole. And where are you going to house the central admin? Because when staff went through and started looking at what's it going to cost to move our staff to school sites, that was also more expensive than just staying in place, reducing our footprint and staying in place. So I'm trying to understand timeline, cost, and what it is you're proposing.
So I'm not proposing anything. I'm recognizing the perplexities. I'm also just saying that I personally don't get the Cole the recommendation at this amount. I do think that there is an option of decoupling in terms of looking at, I would have been more curious to explore some of the rehab options at some of the campuses, like because it does look like they're lower in cost. They're more in the $20 to $25 million range versus $68 million. So I would have wanted to better understand why the committee didn't find those compelling to look at, like the Cole in Santa Fe, which is coming in at 23.8 and is available earlier than the Cole would be and is more cost effective. But regardless, what I'm saying is that I would like to continue, regardless of this vote, I would like to continue to see a vision at 1025 of an educational usage, potentially in joint partnership with with other entities. I would like to see us actively exploring those and committing to that vision.
I've been asking for that since 2012, so I'm not going to argue with you about that, but I feel like we need to make a decision right now. Not tonight, but I mean, right, but I mean in this before this fiscal year expires, I think we need to make a decision. That's my opinion.
And if I could, in closing, just encourage the board to make a decision. Obviously, a non-decision is costing you $1 million every 90 days for where you're at. And if we don't have a temporary solution to get out of that or a permanent one, that's every 90 days another $1 million. And right now, that money is coming out of general obligation bond, right? And we don't have another option. And so one of the reasons why it took so long for this recommendation to get here is because we did give so much thought to so many different options. We looked at dozens of them. And while we were looking at those options over the last 6 months, every 90 days we spent another $1 million. And so this plan allows you to put a stop sign on the expenses at 1000 Broadway at a date certain. We don't have any other strategy to do that. And at this point, given the hardships in the facilities capital fund, our understanding it was a priority to come up with a plan to get out of 1000 Broadway. And given the fact that we actually have costs, and Director Harris mentioned this, that were extreme for 1025, we did go through another budgetary estimate and looked at what those costs are today. They're part of your package. And like I said, the costs are not pie in the sky numbers. They're numbers that came from contractors who've actually bid on the work. And the work at 1025 now is up to $140 million, including the work that was defined for Dewey. But what is not included in the $140 million is the acquisition of property that was necessary to build them a multipurpose room. So the cost for that is even in excess of $140, and that's in today's dollars. And so that is a financial hardship we had in getting into 1025, right? And so we need a plan where we can control our own destiny, where we have some idea of a budgetary model that we know how to manage, which is this model that we presented here. And it's been a successful model for projects for the last 20 years since I've been in the district. And so our recommendation around a recommendation coming from the Facilities Committee was to solve not just for this one problem, but the 2 or 3 problems associated with permanent housing, interim housing, and where do the actual funds come from. We didn't feel that that was an incompatible recommendation to honor in 1025. We feel the same way about 1025. It's our most valuable piece of property. has a historic significance based on prominent African American being given his life there for this district. And so we don't believe that it precludes having a vision for 1025. And excuse me if I misspoke about the visioning sessions that you've had in the past. Those are just as relevant now as they would have been in the past. And so I think having that vision out there, we can still pursue that vision. And just as Director Hodge said, that property we own free and clear. It's one of the most valuable pieces of property you can find. And so whatever your vision articulated is, it is something now that you actually have an admin site that we would approve, and we can actually start work there. Put the stop sign on the payments from the bond funds and engage outside to some of the folks and that may be an interest in developing a property of that style to the desires of this board. And that way you do have an opportunity to look to see what you can do with our most valuable piece of property, with other people's money and the value inherent in our property, right? And it could be designed in the fashion that you've discussed tonight as an option.
Is there any more, any follow-up? Okay, thank you, Mr. White. That was not, sorry, that discussion was longer than I anticipated, partly because of my questions. Okay, we have public comment on this item.
We have one, Jim Mordecai.
Okay, Jim Mordecai, speaking as an individual, and on process, why this doesn't work is that I discovered, which I didn't know, that Proposition 39, 2000 had said that you can't use Measure J money. And every time I look around, Measure J money is used. Now you're about to embark when you actually use the Measure J money. Nobody's going to reach out to me and explain, okay, so I've stood up here and been wrong. And then I had to turn around and come up and say I was wrong. And I'm willing to say I'm wrong on it, but when I read it and it says you're supposed to have a listing of the projects, and that's the only thing you can spend the money for, is the listing of those projects, and we get all these other things that you're spending the money for and continue to spend the Major J money. And it's not me, but other people have stood up here and addressed you, and it just goes into the ether, into outer space. There's no response to the people. I've been at this, I'm so old that I've been here when the superintendent would send somebody over to talk to somebody and get things resolved. In fact, the superintendent would call you up and say, do you have a concern that you might bring up? And then you didn't have to bring it up because the superintendent talked to you or the superintendent's assistant talked to you. So the way the process here could be improved. And I don't understand. Now, I want to explain what I don't understand that you don't want to address, is that this is a Measure J, and it lists the historical expenditures. And if you go to the last page, it says as of the end of last month, you have this is the expended $268 million. This is a $475 million. You got $200 million. And I'm hearing about how I don't have enough money to complete this, I don't complete that. What are you doing with the $200 million? Now that's my question. There must be a perfect good explanation. Let it go out into the ether. Don't address it to anybody.
Thank you, Mr. Mordecai. All right. As we said before, we are not voting on this item tonight. It will come back at the next board meeting. Is there a motion to adopt the People Discipline Consent Report? Moved by Director Harris, seconded by Director Torres. Any questions or comments or public comment?
There is no public comment.
Mr. Seychell, we're ready for a roll call.
On the motion to adopt the People Discipline Consent Report, Director Hayden Hodge?
Yes.
Director Harris? Yes. Dr. Torres?
Yes.
Vice President London?
Yes.
President Ng?
Yes.
Motion is adopted.
Thank you. With permission from our colleagues, I'm skipping over regular board members' reports to introduction of new legislative matters.
Sorry, I I know this is not right, but what did you guys just vote on? Was that the item?
Nothing.
Okay.
That was pupil discipline consent, but you should stay for new business. Mr. White, you should stay for new business, please.
Introduction of new legislative matters.
So, through the president, I would like to introduce, the board's consideration to explore a general obligation bond and parcel tax. For consideration of new legislative matter, we might consider pursuing a general obligation bond and parcel tax. We would direct the superintendent, Madam Superintendent, and Deputy Chief of Facilities, I think that's his title, to bring forward recommendations for discussions covering the following topics. General obligations for facilities capital program, consider a firm to look at pre-election campaign needs, consideration of hiring a poll to be done, consider when we would go out on the bond, like we should have that discussion and maybe bring us back recommendations around when that is, March or November 2020. And then just do some definitions around the district's needs around the facilities master plan. And then a parcel tax that will really take care of the people and general maintenance of properties, because we can build things, but then oftentimes we can't really keep them up. And so want to propose that. And I just want to acknowledge that I'm bringing this forward because I was very upset to hear that there was the beginning of a bond process that had started. There's been a bond meeting. I don't really know who and how it got selection. And so I'm asking that in the same way last year we went through a process, I'm asking that we go through a similar process that is in the public view around what we're doing around bonds, et cetera. So I'm asking you all if we could hear this. I feel like it might not be until an August thing, but
Actually, Director Hinton Hodge, at the Facilities Committee meeting, we instructed staff to bring forward a list exactly like the one you have just promulgated, with an intention to bring to the board before the end of June the item around how to proceed with the bond.
So we could just
so
if it's a read, you could schedule as a first
Maybe
read.
I was going to say maybe we can is this procedurally okay? Can we refer this to the facilities committee?
Yes, yes. You can do that, and she submitted the proposal that she just proposed in writing. I have it.
Great. Okay.
So we will
rather than seeing it here first, we'll refer it to the facilities committee first, and then we
will consider it. We will consider it at our June 14th meeting.
Great. Any other new legislative matter? All right. Okay.
Still more time. Need more time.
Okay, great. And I had mentioned this during the board meeting, but I'm working on, in response to Griffin and one of our all-city council, I'm working with board staff on an amendment to appoint our student directors to the Ed Partnership Committee, so that will come as a amendment to a board bylaw in June. All right. So actually, before we adjourn, excuse me.
We need to adjourn this evening in memory of Joel Tolbert, who is the husband of former District 1 Director Carol Lee Tolbert. I actually knew Mr. Tolbert. I worked with him early in my career at the California Public Utilities Commission. I did not know at that time his wife, who was on the school board, I didn't know how that would all come to play. But he was a very kind and smart man, and our hearts go out to former Director Tolbert, Carol Lee Tolbert.
Thank you, Vice President London. So our meeting is now adjourned in memory of Mr. Tolbert.